with the same active ingredient as Cialis. Available in daily pills or chews, Hims gives you that boost of confidence, knowing you can be ready whenever the mood strikes. To connect with a licensed medical provider, just go to hims.com. No in-person appointments or awkward conversations required. If prescription medication is right for you, it'll be shipped to your door for free. Starting at less than $2 a day, you can get an ED treatment prescribed 100% online, all for a fraction of the price of name brands. Get your confidence back with Hims. Get started with a free 100% online consultation today at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. With Ramp, you get full visibility into your company's spending and control who spends what with each vendor. Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts instantly to save your team valuable time. Ramp automates data entry and routine tasks with automated approvals, expense categorization and bill payments, time-consuming tasks, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. Get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
The backseat. Check the backseat. Come here. Check the backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover and just crossed him over destiny.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit it down.
Nick, you might as well just leave it up all show long, because for the first of what will be probably many times today,
I got him. 13-year-old, he does, and he can play it, just not at our house because he's on his stuff. He's on it enough. He's on the. If he's only played the video games an hour a day, then I'd get him everything he wanted.
Sorry.
I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, that was weird.
Okay, are we good? Good.
Nope. Oh,
good.
I don't know what's happening.
We're echoing.
We are.
Echoing.
Oh,
Echoing.
no.
Echoing. Now we're done.
There we
No,
go.
we are. Yes, we are. Is that Jack? Are your headphones?
I wonder if it's my headphones. Let me try some
you
different
sound like
headphones.
you're a little off mic too. So maybe your computer, the setting has to change.
That was a wild noise.
That was a wild noise.
So, I just happened to be making the loudest noise I possibly could be making.
Oh boy.
It echoed.
It's better now, I think.
Jack's changing the settings on his machine.
Nice.
Hopefully he doesn't hit the same button he hit yesterday when Jalen Lloyd was streaking for glory. The only thing that would have made that better is if that would have been like the last play of the game and everything wrote on it.
What's going on with those headphones, Jack? How come it's half a headphone?
Because it's broken, and that's why I wasn't using them, but I was apparently using ones that caused a bad echo because they had an internal mic in them that I didn't realize.
We have so many problems, dude.
I really don't. I don't. Listen, I got Josh gone for one day. Can I have just a break from that, please? I mean, that's Josh's thing. Let's not.
That's fair.
Do your earbuds have like an on-off switch for the microphone part?
No, probably not. I'll figure something out. I got lots of headphones around here. I'm not worried.
I like your
about
hat, Jack. I have the same one.
Thanks. I thought you were a Rockies fan.
I am, but it's a cool hat.
Again, Jack, unfortunately, like a lot of things, you spawned a generation of people who can't make up their mind what their favorite teams are. With you, it's NFL. With Nick, it's baseball.
I'll tell you what. I've gotten better with the gear, but I was a child of the 90s. And I mean, you watch any rap music video from the 90s, and they're going to be wearing like 8 different jerseys and hats. And like, that was an era where we were brought up being led to believe that you don't have to like the team you're wearing the gear of. Like, that was a serious thing. It was a super generational thing. You just had to think it was cool, but you didn't necessarily cheer for them.
Hats are just hats.
Hats are hats. Like,
like Connor, not a fan of the U.S., for instance.
Yeah, people are like, why wear that U.S. hat? You hate the U.S.
Well,
right, not a fan.
I took a page out of Happer's book because when you went to go see the Pirates, you got a Pirates hat.
Sure did.
And I went to Kauffman. That was my first MLB game. It's like a memento.
Yeah, like you're right. So I shouldn't give you crap. I've gotten more stuck to my own teams with gear, but John knows this. Like, when I started to work with him, like, I would sometimes wear a Cubs hat. I would sometimes wear a Giants hat. I would sometimes wear a Rockies hat.
Like, I had that skanky Cardinals hat that's
I had a skanky Cardinals hat that made you really mad when I wore it.
Well, yeah, because A, it was a Cardinals hat, and B, it was basically a pink hat, which if you actually wore that hat to a Cardinals game, they might not treat you very well there. Just saying.
Jack, how long would it take you to put together a bracket of your own hats?
Of all the ones, I mean, I would like to go back and include ones that I no longer own or have lost or have worn out. I think
like all-time Jack hat.
I mean, because I could probably do a good 64 hat bracket if I could do that.
Well, there you go. That can be your because everyone's going to do their ripoff. Hey, it's the NCAA tournament. Let's do our own kitschy bracket. That can be yours this year on KLI.
Well,
it could be the Jack hat bracket.
That's true. Yeah, but. Yeah, it was a different deal then. It was like, you collected hats the same way you collected the Dairy Queen Sunday helmets, right? You wanted to catch them all. It was like Pokemon. We didn't have Pokemon, so we were catching all the gear from all the teams or all the starter jackets. It was more. It was more.
Well, I don't think people were collecting starters jackets. That'd be a little expensive.
That was expensive. It was more important at my school to have a starter jacket that no one else had than to have one that was of a team you liked.
I guess the modern day version of a starter jacket is just a hoodie. Kids love hoodies.
Yeah.
They collect hoodies.
Like a nice hoodie, for sure.
No, I agree.
When I was down at the baseball village one of the days, I was with the girlfriend, and I had forgotten that I was wearing my Royals City Connect hat. So I was looking through the booth, and the guy, he made custom wooden things. He's like, oh, you can make some Royals stuff if you want. And I looked at him like, what makes you think I would want a Royals thing? And then I'm like, I'm actually a Rockies fan.
He started talking about the impending stardom of Bobby Witt Jr. And you're like, yeah, I agree.
He's like, I'm actually a Rockies fan. Then he looked at me weird. I'm like, oh, I just thought it was a cool hat. He's like, oh, that's weird.
That's where you don't.
Thank you, Mr.
There's a certain generation that feels that way.
But that's where you just move on, Nick. You're just like, don't tell him that you're a Rockies fan. Just say, oh yeah, and just.
See, the only reason you have a hat of a team you don't cheer for is if you need it for something ironic. Like the 4 Milt fundraiser. I had that old Iowa Hawkeyes off-colored cap.
That was a funny hat.
that I changed up to, be the 4
or
Milt
Jack's
game.
hat with muscles.
Right. Or in my era, like the South Carolina Cox hats, like that kind of a thing. There's a whole genre based on that too. That was just either slightly explicit or very kind of like out there, rare, random hats. Like the more random, the better.
Whose generation are we? But is this my generation then? Is this millennials, or have we done this?
No,
because I think my generation is probably responsible for like Spencer's.
Yeah,
we popularized
Spencer's.
Yeah, you had it, but kids
like
really
what there?
Spencer's.
Kids
like
really
getting what there?
Putting what where?
No, I was getting what? What were you getting at?
Oh, like wacky, stuff that's really just bad T-shirts.
Were you going to the back of the store?
My generation is probably the generation of bad T-shirts. Just putting whatever on T-shirts.
Well, it's funny you say that because it seems like every other advertisement on Twitter X is someone hawking their bad T-shirts.
So many T-shirts.
Hey, remember this bad T-shirt from 1983? I'm selling it here on my website.
There's so many T-shirts.
I'm getting more unblockable ads, by the way. It was just Temu, and now it's Temu and crypto.
Man, that Temu stuff looks awesome, though. At some point, I'm going to break down.
Jack,
I'll tell you what. At some point, I know it's the wrong thing to do, but they're going to hit me with one of those ads, and dang it if that isn't going to work on me. And, take my info, take my money, G. It's all yours, but I don't care.
You are interested in Temu?
I'm not interested in theory, but the products are alluring me. I mean, they've got some amazing looking stuff for ridiculously dirt cheap prices. And I realize why. I mean, I realize there are probably quality issues. I realize that, they're probably are stealing some of my information. I realize there's all kinds of nefarious stuff, but I won't lie. I'm tempted. The ads are tempting me to hit up Temu.
Let's see.
So this is like those things that are advertised. I got this brand new TV for 17 cents.
Temu is like Amazon, but it's Chinese and it's just unbelievably cheap.
It is.
It's just like, and it's nothing brand name.
Stuff that's coming from Amazon isn't from China.
Like, think of something you want it and go look at it at Temu, right? And you probably have to wait like 5 weeks to get it shipped to you, but it's
low quality knockoff type of stuff.
I did get that Rams baseball jersey last year from one of those types of places.
Oh, you did that? Okay. All right. So you've already broke the seal.
And it was only like $20.
Wait, I mean, you've already been compromised then.
Oh yeah, we've all ordered something from a Chinese website.
I don't know that I have.
Decision.
Really?
Yeah, but
you've never gone to one of those fake jersey websites and ordered one?
I actually did, but like they sent me. So I thought I had done the order, and then they sent me like an email. An email just came from like a person, from a personal email, and they were like, "Okay, let's get this transaction going." And I'm like, "I thought we did on the website. I don't think I want to do this." So I never responded, and it didn't.
Many of my college roommates did that to great success, almost 100% success. They bought they would go to these websites and they would order something from it, and then by the next time they go and they had told all their friends, the website would have changed to something slightly different. And I don't even know how they kept track of it, but they had so many jerseys that cost like $15 a piece. It took them probably 3 to 4 months to get there. But they got them.
But they ended up getting them.
And they don't look great, but there was $15.
Yeah.
That's what Temu is, but with everything else in life.
All right.
Here's a coffee mug where the handle is off kilter.
What do you want to do here? We got women's shoes for 8 cents. Starting at 8 cents, you can get some women's shoes.
My wife got plenty of shoes. I'll sell you some of hers for 8 cents.
I look at like soundboards and stuff and dorky stuff like that we look up, and it's just like
soundboards, like sound effects machines.
No, like a sound mixer. Like
the mixer.
I got a lot of audio equipment. Like,
dude, if you get any electronics from Temu, it'll probably set on fire within the first 5 uses.
I know, that's the concern. Like, I get all of this in my head, but it doesn't stop the part of me that just viscerally responds to advertising. It works. Advertising works, turns out.
Do you want to try something small and then see if it works, and then you can gradually build up to this board that'll cost you $70?
Build up. I'm ready to go on one of the bigger things. I mean, because the bigger things aren't that big. That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. This is a guy wearing half a broken headphone. I mean, he doesn't.
You know what?
He's not. I obviously appreciate quality. Anyway,
that's where we should start. Jack, find a pair of headphones on Temu.
Right. I bought one on Amazon already today, and it was so. I mean, do you guys get the gratification? Like, today's Amazon Prime days, right? The gratification of just buying something you need immediately on Amazon and knowing it's coming the next day.
It's awesome.
It is a hit of dopamine or something that is just, I mean, it's no wonder they make gobs and gobs of money, because it's an amazing feeling to be standing there in your kitchen and like, oh, I need this and I can get it tomorrow. Boom. No matter what it is, pair of headphones, these break, right? That kind of thing, right? We're out of Kleenex or whatever, any of that stuff.
Now, to be fair to society, you could have done that at any other point in history by just walking out of your house and going to the store.
That's also true. That's also very true.
Right. For some things, but yes, you're right. I don't know what it is. And I know in theory I should be supporting my local retailers, and I try and do that as much as I can, but it's tough. It's tough, man. There's nothing that matches that just knowledge that ding dong, it's there at the door tomorrow.
Getting a box at your door is pretty sick.
It's a delight, even if it's not even mine. I get someone else in my family's having fun today. How lucky.
The only thing is, it sets off the dog when the doorbell goes off, so I get sometimes triggered if it's not mine.
Isn't it fun too when you know it's for you, but you don't even remember what you ordered, and you're like, "Ooh, let's see what kind of fun pack I've got for me today."
I can't tell you how many times I have picked up something off the front porch. I know it's not mine. 99.9% of the time it's the wife, and I kind of hold the package above my head.
She's like, I wonder what that is.
Exactly. What is that?
What do we have today?
It's got your name on it.
You ordered it 2 days ago.
Hey,
that's the blank.
Jack, when you pick up your Amazon package, are you just like,
got him?
Nice. When you open something from Temu?
Yep.
There we go, Nick. You should have went with that one first. I like that.
Well, we might as well explain this now, because why are you hitting the celebration toggle before you're in the end zone?
John,
he's been here
Look
before.
at Jack. He's a video game taunter. He's obviously a video game taunter. Yes.
Right. Listen, I mean, you can in Madden, they've got it so that you can high step into the end zone, Dion style, or you can
right on your right. I mean, this wasn't Jarvis Redwine 7 yards ahead of the nearest defender turning
It was
back.
going to be my first touchdown ever on the game on NCAA tournament. I had a great pass from Raiola to Jalen Lloyd. It was beautiful. I knew there was an audience, and I wanted to put on a show for him by taunting UTEP, even though I was behind by 2 scores in the game, by taunting UTEP on the way into the end zone. And I thought it would be a nice touch, but apparently that button is not available in NCAA, which I found out the hard way. That is the lateral button.
I get the celebration.
I do like the fact that you immediately identified and admitted what you did. I mean, some people just would have, kept quiet, not said anything. But I mean, literally in the moment as UTEP is celebrating and actually celebrating when the ball is dead, and you realized what you had done. Said, I hit the celebration.
Also, that pitch went like 30 yards backwards.
Yeah.
It was impressive.
It must have a high lateral rating.
It was the Jarvis Redwine of laterals because it went about 8 yards back behind him.
This is the true human experience that Jack had playing against people. I guess in his case, 4 people on Twitch or whatever. You guys like to show them up. You like to put on a show and stuff like that.
That's what video ends up. I mean, I've brought up in the world of NBA Jam and NFL Blitz, and everything is larger, and you're celebrating and you're doing all the things. That's what you do in these games. And I figured that was a part of this game, but apparently not until after you get in the end zone. You got to teach, these are kids, so there's got to be sportsmanship, obviously. And we don't want to go too crazy.
I just want to say thank you, Jack, for ushering Nebraska into this new NCAA football video game world by doing the most Nebraska thing you possibly could have done.
Again, now we know my Matt Rule has them cross it up when they go through. This would never happen in real life because Matt Rule has them do the X when they go through. And now I know to do that,
And you'd be more realistic if the coach was Scott Frost. I can see that. They actually lost games in worse ways. They've done worse things.
That wasn't the worst. Had that happened, it still wouldn't be in the top 5 worst things.
No, that's a great question.
It wouldn't, yeah.
So what's the worst thing that they did on the field during the Frost era? Was it the onside kick? Was it Cam Taylor Britt fair catching and taking the safety in the end zone on the punt?
It's the punt return by Michigan State.
Oh, good one.
To me, that's the GOAT. That is the GOAT of just because it literally.
So purposefully,
here's the deal. All of our guys are going to be running this way. You kick the ball this way. Instead, it goes to the other side of the field. And at least from my experience, I think I may have had the best experience because Nick and I were doing that remote at the
Horseshoe.
The Harrah's,
Was it
or Horseshoe.
Harrah's?
Horseshoe. It was at Horseshoe. And so we watched the first half there. And then at halftime, second half, I drove home. And the whole way I'm driving home, Greg Sharp is painting this beautiful picture about how this defense
didn't allow first down.
It's just stifling Michigan State. I'm like, these guys are going to win this game. They're going to win this game. And then I get home and I pull in the driveway and I go downstairs.
And then you heard,
and I turn on the TV. I turn on the TV, and literally in that moment, I mean, it was so perfect.
That
It
is
was so perfect.
That is now the official sound of the patented oblique moment in Nebraska football games, right?
Yeah.
The
Yes,
block
you have.
punt, the punt return, the interception, the onside kick, you name it. That's the official sound of the oblique moment.
Maybe that can be the memorial murmur.
The memorial. So we've decided that would just be probably fourth or fifth. A player about to score a touchdown and purposefully pitching the ball backwards 30 yards.
Well, I mean, now if that actually happened in real life, I might have to pick that.
We'll see.
No,
It's close.
it didn't go back 30 yards, but in 1992 against Colorado, Calvin Jones very famously dropped the ball before he got in the end zone. Had there been replay, that would have been the case there. I think there was a college game last year where that happened, where there was a pick six or something, and a guy dropped it, and the other somebody on the other team was a college game, took it back all the way. I remember that happened.
Yeah, it did. It happened.
So that didn't even happen. At least I brought the guy down. I was aware that the play was still live.
Well, yeah, that's because your entire team was back there waiting for it.
I will say that chain of events happened perfectly because he could have just recovered it himself, and it would have been fine.
Of course, I'm trash talking the computer, I guess, while the ball is in the air because I'm so excited because I found it open. Got him.
The fact that it's so overmodulated is just amazing.
You know, you can adjust your mic settings, right? Your
No,
input.
do not, by all means necessary. Do not change anything.
I'm learning the PS5. I'm new to the PS5, so I'm learning.
Obviously, because you pushed. I mean, of all the buttons to push, you're like the kid who goes up into the cockpit of the airplane, and there's all these buttons to push, and you happen to push the one that says nosedive straight into the mountain.
Listen. And that's not even, in my opinion, the best thing that happened streaming yesterday. I know nobody takes the time to watch an entire hour stream.
Some people did.
I played my son, my 19-year-old son, in our first game. He was Ole Miss and I was Kansas. He got up big on me and talked unending you-know-what to me. He was such a jerk to me. And he was like, so you could, and it's all recorded on the thing. And he was just coasting, and I came back, and the whole time you're like, this isn't going to happen, is it? This is not going to happen. This is going to happen. This is going to happen. And it was unbelievable. I mean, I'm going to rewatch it later tonight. I would highly recommend that you go watch I need to put together like a 5-minute package of highlights from the thing just so people can. It was the greatest video game I've ever played in my life. It was the most rewarding video game experience. Was coming back and beating my son's ass at the very end of that game after he talked crap to his dad, who he thought, oh, he's never going to figure out this game. He's an old blah, blah, blah. Well, guess what? Strike one for Gen X, baby. Oh, suck it, nuts.
He's throwing the bone.
No, we call it throwing the X.
Throwing the X.
That's what we do. We're throwing the X. That's what this game was meant for, bringing fathers and sons together. Did you spike the remote? Did you spike the controller after you won?
You can hear him and his he does not take losing to me well.
Yeah, I can't imagine where he gets that.
It was amazing. And and then at the end, I started to bring down at the very end, after I realized I'm going to win, I start to bring down my volume so we can just hear his reaction. Just because it's so sweet. Oh God, it's so sweet. Oh, to taste his tears in that game after just being relentless. Like he was the biggest jerk. It was unbelievable. He thought he was going to win that game by 50. He literally did. Man, what a game. What a game. Oh, and I did it in the most me way by crazy freaking scrambles with Daniels for Kansas and quarterback runs and throwing to some white receiver who had 175 yards all on 5-yard passes. It was amazing.
Have you tried? I think we know your style of taunting, which is very loud and and probably in your face. Got him! I've tried the taunting of like not saying anything, and I feel as if that has a greater psychological impact on the opponent.
It was a little bit of what my son would do. He was like, every time I would make a little bit of a good play, he would put you can hear us talking about it. He'd put his fist down. He's like, nice play, Dad. Like he wanted a fist bump sarcastically. I was like, well, you better quit doing that.
That's so bad.
I'm so tired of that. Like, oh God, the ability, just the change in his tone from the middle of that thing till the end is mwah! It's so good. Please, especially those of you around my age, watch it. It'll inspire you. Whatever you want in your life, right? You want to lose weight, you want to stop smoking, whatever it is, you want to be more productive at work, watch that video. It'll inspire you.
Jack, I hope you upload these videos somewhere.
Yeah, you told me it'll disappear off Twitch, huh?
Yeah, I can help you if you need help.
Yeah, help me put that on YouTube. So, and then maybe you can help me figure out how to make it into a highlight package that's more direct to consumer.
I am director of video.
He's a video.
I mean,
I heard.
Considering that it took 1 hour for the
I got him. 13-year-old, he does, and he can play it, just not at our house because he's on his he's on it enough. He's on the. If he only played the video games an hour a day, then I'd get him everything he wanted.
Sorry.
Okay, so I didn't actually. I'm barely familiar. Is that Mitch Sherman talking in the background?
Yes.
Yeah.
We were interviewing Mitch, and I had just brought up the game over here on this new side TV because the Twitch only comes up on the Fire Stick. So we were actually watching you changing around the running backs and
just on the menus.
Right.
Yeah.
And that play happened right in the middle of Mitch's answer.
So when I was making that video, I thought about muting Mitch and just having your guys' reaction, but I thought it was infinitely funnier having Jack's reaction with Mitch's calm composure.
Well, and the thing you miss out, and if you listen for Nick's hyena laugh in the back.
I got him. 13-year-old, he does, and he can play it, just not at our house because he's on he's on it enough. He's on the. If he only played the video games an hour a day, then I'd get him everything he wanted.
Sorry, Mitch, but I'm sorry. We probably should just turn this off.
We really should. It's going to be very distracting.
Jack just had a long pass that should have been a touchdown.
Okay, I didn't even know the context of what was happening there. I didn't get myself off that video game all night, so I have no idea what was happening in the real
I
world.
cut out the Nick hyena laugh. I like that.
I couldn't help myself. I tried so hard to be quiet. That was one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
You guys didn't have audio? You could just see it, or did you have audio of it too?
No,
they hadn't heard the audio yet.
I did not hear your audio until after the show.
My God!
Actually, Josh played it off the air because when he uploaded the raw video, I didn't realize. Oh, he's got audio too, and then he played it for me.
I am such a sucker for off-camera, off-microphone laughter. Oh my God! And Nick, that was perfect. It was a great job.
Thank you.
It was perfect.
It was.
If you can Chromecast it or whatever you're doing, I know there's no sports on today. Maybe the women's Euro is on, but you can throw up the old Kansas Ole Miss game on the monitor, and John can be entertained by that during the show. Get some updates from it. Maybe go live to the audio every once in a while. I don't think I swore. So
it's a good idea. If
I wish we could.
Possible, yeah.
There's not a way to do that with RTV.
Yeah, we can't pipe that audio in.
Amazing technology there at NRG Omaha.
Yeah, we have like 100 different screens in this room, and only one does one thing at a time. And
Yes,
we
it's
can't
just
hook it
one
up.
thing at a time. Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
That's nice.
Too bad.
Oh well, it happens. It happens. Well, I'm. It sounds like it was a very productive first day on the Viddya game.
I could just share my screen and I could put it on here. Then
you could.
We could have it just going in the side. That's definitely possible.
Well, by the way, for the record, Jack actually did win that game.
He did.
But
you did. You beat UTEP.
It was a great second half comeback.
UTEP covered, but
I ended up getting 2 pick sixes from Malcolm Hartzog and Tommy. I ended up intercepting everything, so it was basically defense creating turnovers. Oh, I got it. Javen Wright had a scoop and score, so the offense was rough though.
So so I was going to say, in other words, things that we have not seen a Nebraska defense do in like 15 years.
That's right.
I shanked a couple of punts because the new kicking system is very terrible. So like for a while, everyone who was watching was like, "This is oddly realistic so far."
It was good. The Nebraska stuff was really, really pretty sharp. The only thing that Gabe Irvin wasn't on there, and they had him replaced with some random guy.
Yeah, Michael. What I wrote down his name.
Michael, I don't know, but I saw that depth chart, Connor. I saw it, and I was like, I must have missed this guy during transfer portal.
Michael
Beckwith.
I was even talking about it on the game. If you listen to the broadcast that I did, the stream that I did, I kind of acted like he might actually be a real player. I was like, Michael Beckwith, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I love Beckwith.
Yeah, that guy. That was a good pickup, right? For somewhere in the Mountain West, right? Anyway, but I don't think he's that high on the depth chart. Like I played it so that if he was a real player, which I thought he was at the time, then I wasn't going to look like I didn't know what I was talking about. But
he's the stand-in for Gabe Irvin. It's like when they used to, because they couldn't put Barry Bonds on the game because they didn't decide, and they made him like John Dowd.
Right.
He's exactly.
More famously on Tecmo Bowl QB Eagles.
Well, somebody must have had a sense of humor because I saw a screenshot today. You might check it out, those of you who have the game. Apparently, one of the catch-all names, the substitute names for one of the Iowa players is Jeff Epstein.
So that was the names that they generate for recruiting are disasters. They're names of all old NFL people, old college. Like there's just random names, and then they mix them up in a bag. And so it's not a surprise to get a Jeff Epstein. Yeah. Not
Wait till you see this one. My buddy sent me this one. Let me see if I can get it here in the camera so you can see it. My buddy sent me this one. Oh, man. Hold on. I got to get it better.
I saw you here. Hang on.
Oh,
it's blurry. It's blurry.
I don't know how to get it in focus.
Chocolatey. Jesus chocolatey?
Jesus chocolatey.
Chocolatey.
And, there, I had to pull it back a little bit. You can see it better now. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and of course, Jesus chocolatey, kind of
Jesus chocolatey.
He's definitely
I was like, empty out the NIL coffers for that guy for sure.
Jesus chocolate.
Good old JC.
Who put in the word chocolatey? Which developer of the EA put in chocolatey?
Something tells me they probably had Saturday morning, television on in the background and maybe like a Cocoa Puffs commercial.
I love it.
Chocolatey. That's a good name.
Look at this comment from Big Al. It said there was an OC named Coco Whipple on my game. Son of Mark.
This makes me nervous because of the Epstein thing is unfortunate, and I hope they don't go in and try to patch that or go through those names and send an update because I like that we can get insane names like this for recruits.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't think that's going anywhere.
Yeah. I mean, they wouldn't have put them in there if they didn't mean for it to be in there.
There's like 2,000 recruits on there, man, or like 3,000. I don't know how many. There's several thousand recruits that you can choose from. They got to have enough names.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's great. It's a good game. I liked it. I played for a long time yesterday.
It's fun. Tackling is hard.
Defense is impossible, I've come to realize, but we're getting there.
What's worse, defense or kicking?
I kind of adjusted to the kicking. It's still hard, but I've found defense to be very difficult.
I have to wait until Friday, and then Jack, if you want to play, I can play you.
If the kicker is better, does the kicking become easier?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
But if you have a 1-star school, it's just all.
Or if you go, or I had the thing when I was playing my son too. We were in Ole Miss. And the home field advantage stuff, like during the final drive, really screwed me up. Like your receiver symbols won't come up at first. And
momentum and home field advantage are huge.
Yeah.
Like if you get in a hole, you're done.
I overcame them to beat him.
I started a season with Minnesota, and yes, thank you, Nick. Please hit that. And I played the first game. The first game is a big game against North Carolina on like the Thursday night. So I lost. And then the next game we played the FCS team, and it's still FCS East or whatever it is. And there was like 4 people there. There was like 2 people at the game. It was awesome. And there was no home field advantage whatsoever.
I like that dynamic crowd thing.
It was a bring your own juice game, Nick. Bring your own juice.
I like juice.
What it was. He likes juice.
Capri Sun for everybody.
Still have one in the fridge. I had one this afternoon.
Delish.
They are great.
Delish.
I love Capri Sun.
All right, there you go. There's a crossover for you.
Yeah.
We did it.
Yeah, it is.
We did it.
We did it.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Wow, really? Okay. I do love the
Well,
drop.
I mean, we got a lot of drops.
I love the drop.
Because I don't know if we're going to get these drops in other crossovers, so we got to definitely have that. Or we might get the drops in future crossovers.
We got to keep that around. That has to be
staying
something.
around, but I'm
Yeah.
just saying it's nice to have a crossover that will explain the drops so that a day from now, when you're listening to this on, let's say, December 29th, it'll make more sense.
I was
to you.
thinking about that, Nick. Maybe we could create you know how we did the vault yesterday?
Yeah.
We just like subfolders of like different categories of so this is the category of drop explainers or drop originators.
Drop originators.
You know, the drop origin story.
Yeah.
It's a crossover.
Well,
in
and
its
it's
own
also
category.
the first day of the Viddya game, and
Yeah.
you know, I'm guessing at some point later this year, probably in October, November, when this game becomes sentient and Skynet takes over, that, you know, it'll be nice again to have the.
Yeah, it'll be good to go back to.
Hey, remember when we all loved this video game before?
That'll be quaint.
The FOMO is starting to get to me. I hate that I have to wait until Friday.
Yeah.
I would too. Just go watch Jack's replay, and
There you go.
It's true.
It'll be just like playing the game.
Even
All right, Connor, thanks. That's the crossover.
Bye,
When we
guys.
continue, we got a lot to come. Farron's coming up shortly. An exciting home run derby that probably no one watched because they were too busy playing their video games.
I watched it on my computer.
Last
I
night.
did both.
Mm-hmm.
Multitasking. That's what we do here on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Well, we promise not all of it will be about video games today, but then again, you never know because there's only one sporting event happening in our world today. And we'll talk about that with Farron and other things as the Grum is on the air.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to the program here on a Tuesday. It's like TGIT. Thank God it's Tuesday.
Many say that.
Only because it's like I told Connor as he was leaving the room. It's still a little humid out there, but it's at like 15 degrees cold.
Oh, it's great.
I mean, now compared to what we had a few days ago, it's not great, but compared to what we had over the weekend, it is great. So it's one of those things. Once you get conditioned to really hot, nasty weather, a day like this is like perfect.
If you look at the extended forecast, we're going to have some mornings in the high 50s over the next few days. That's football weather. That is football weather, John. I know you hate it.
Summertime.
So
it is
far
summertime.
away.
It is summertime.
I'm telling you, you go outside and you get in outside at the hours I am, and you go out there and you can feel the morning dew and the little crisp.
Come on, man, you got your Viddya Game. You got your football fixed now for the next couple of months.
Listen, I can't control the weather. The weather's telling me what it's telling me. It will make me feel how I feel, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
Can't control
that. I guess not. Well, that's Jack Mitchell in for Josh today, who's doing some running thing. I'm not sure what it is.
Okay, I was like, where? I didn't know he was. Okay, he's doing some running thing. Okay,
it's not like a marathon thing. I think it's like I don't know.
Just like a mile fun run,
probably something like that. And of course, because he's not here, it means the Grum Down is working again.
Grum Down.
Brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Funny how that works.
It is the All-Star Game, ASG for short. The S stands for Schemes.
Schemes! I love him.
Yeah. Mike Farron will join us from SiriusXM MLB Radio about that and the second half of the season. Maybe Jack can ask about the big trade that the Royals made over the weekend.
They got the reliever from the Nationals, whose name I can't think of at the moment. Yeah, exactly. Big one.
Yep, big one. Title IX will apply, but how much? That's one of the stories making news today. We found out today that Florida State is a disruptive partner.
Oh,
a disruptive partner. That's that could have been helpful information 30 years ago. Hey, look out for them, Dr. Tom. They're a disruptive partner. Speaking of T.O., he's still reeling him in.
Still?
Yeah, Tom Osborne out on the recruiting trail. We'll explain with Michael Bruntz of Husker 24/7. He'll join us in the 3 o'clock hour. It's a Steve Sipple Tuesday from HuskerOnline.com. Tiger is too busy for the Ryder Cup, but not too busy for trash talk. And as we begin the Grum, it is now time to rise. Gentlemen, remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem.
That our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the
Oh, I missed that part of the home run derby, but believe me, it was everywhere last night. We have an update, by the way, on the young woman who sang the national anthem at the home run derby. Ingrid Andress. She's a country and western star, apparently. I'd never heard of her.
From Colorado.
I did not know that. She put out on her social media today, "I'm not going to BS y'all." So you know she's authentic country and western because she used the y'all.
Sounds like a Coloradan.
"I was drunk last night. I'm checking myself into a facility today to get the help I need. That was not me last night. I apologize to MLB, all the fans, and this country I love so much for that rendition. I'll let y'all know how rehab is. I hear it's super fun. XO Ingrid." Here's my question.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that she's lying about this or that she's using this as a cover, but how does a handler, because you know all these stars, they have their handlers.
Mm-hmm.
If she was that drunk, how do the handlers even let them on the field?
There's a band called The Pretty Reckless. The lead singer, she has also had a lot of issues.
Drinking
and drugs and various stuff, but I've still seen her perform on stage while she probably shouldn't have been. So maybe it's just
okay. Well, hold on. There's a difference between performing on stage while you shouldn't have, which 10 bazillion musicians have, and singing the national anthem on national TV,
especially a cappella with no band.
Listen, Eddie Vedder tore through 3 bottles of wine at the Pearl Jam concert that I was at. So, like, I think like that's a totally different deal to actually be live and not saying it's a great for the performance, but that happens all the time. But to John's point, like, what do you do if you're one of her handlers? You're like, I don't think she should sit. Like, do they have a backup? Do they have an understudy for the national anthem in case?
I mean, they've got recordings. All that. I mean,
that's true.
Just play the recording.
I bet they have a recording at the ready.
Yeah.
If that's it, but
that's fair that it's a different thing.
I was watching. We were playing the video game, but we had the home run derby on the second TV, but I had the volume like pretty low, and I could just kind of hear it out of the side of my ear because I think I had some headphones on, and I was like, something sounds not right here with this whole thing. And I was like, this is either hearing this wrong. I knew there was a potential that the worst national anthem in history was happening if I was hearing it right, and I was like, because my son was down here, one of my buddies was down here. I was like, guys, hold on for a second. We got to pause this. Go to the TV. I turn the volume up. I rewind it to the beginning of the national anthem. We watched the whole thing, and turns out, yep, that was it. It was the worst one where someone wasn't trying to be funny. I mean, I heard comparisons to Fergie, but
that was bad.
The Carl Lewis, the Roseanne Barr ones, those were all intended to be.
The Roseanne Barr, she was intending to be that way because that was her act, but yeah, this one was. Whew. I mean, she hit some Yoko Ono notes last night. That's what I thought when I heard that for the first time. I was like, "Oh my god, it's an unknown child of Yoko."
Yeah,
I feel bad for her. I mean, we're not trying to make light of the fact. I mean, if she does need help, she needs help. But again, if I am a handler, if I'm an agent, I'm the PR, whoever is there, it's like if she was that out of it.
Yeah.
And some people maybe can hide it, when they're
maybe you can do it. Yeah. Singing at a high level is a different deal than just talking and convincing people,
But then again, you would think for something like this, right? I mean, it's a big event. Usually these celebrities, they show up, several hours ahead of time. So you're like around them, right? So if they're putting it on pretty strong before, you might say, hey, you might want to tone down on the because it's not like I don't think that was a this happened 5 hours ago drunk. That seemed like a pretty recent drunk.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. Hope she hope she has the success, and I guess she's thinking it's going to be fun. So hopefully it is for her.
Good times had by all. Well, there you go. There's your Grum down today on the program. We can also get Jack's thoughts too on just how the game plays. What he likes about it, not just the fact that he gets to trash talk his child.
Oh, but that's so good.
I know it is, but how it compares to the other games. I saw somewhere today where somebody said they had fooled their mother-in-law. They walked into the room and thought they were watching an actual game. I'm like, listen, the graphics look really good, but they're not that good.
Oh my gosh, what a great person to do it to. Also, your mother-in-law, amazing.
You could also probably just amaze, like, hey, Mom, I bet they're going to go for it on 4th down here. Like, oh, no way.
That's hilarious.
Oh, weird.
It's incredible. Then again, this is, I guess older folks can be fooled. My father still to this day didn't see the difference between standard definition and high definition the first time I said it.
I don't need any of that high definition. The standard looks just good to me.
See, you can see the blades of grass. You can see the little, you can see the wrinkles in Brady Quinn's ears. His eyes.
I had a. That's funny. I had a brother-in-law who probably about 20 years ago, when flat screens were becoming the norm, insisted that curved screen TVs were better than flat screen TVs. This was his hot take, was that flat screen TVs were never going to last because curved screen TVs provided a better picture. I reference that take all the time. It was one of the most freezing cold technology takes in history.
I think the one instance in which a curved screen, and I'm talking the ones that curve in like the U shape, is with a computer monitor. I think that's the one instance, and if you're playing a game on it.
Yeah, like the monitor.
I don't know when the last time I've seen a curved screen, because
on a TV, and I don't mean I know what you're saying, Nick, and my monitor does that, but the TVs that John and it was like, how to explain it, John? It was like one of those jumping bubbles that they have at the pumpkin patch. That's what the screen was.
Okay.
Yeah. It was very awkward looking, and of course, because it was different, it was just. I think that was one of those inventions that wasn't totally thought out when they just rolled it. It's like, oh my God, now we got HD. Now we can do this. Now we can do that. Let's try this. Hey, did we think about making it an X? Oh, let's do that. And then, it would come out and people would get excited and a few saps would buy it. And as we now see today, it's all about the flat screen life, baby.
Yep.
All about the flat screen life. All right. So that's what we got coming up on the Grum today. We'll preview tonight's All-Star game, but we'll also look ahead to the second half and have more baseball with Mike Farron of SiriusXM MLB Radio. Jack Mitchell in today for Josh as we continue on this Tuesday, 1620 The Zone.
Spontaneously. At Hims, we know it's always better to be ready. And the best way to be ready anytime is to go to hims.com today. Because when you go to hims.com/radio, you'll find doctor-trusted ED treatments for less. With the same active ingredient as Cialis. Available in daily pills or chews, Hims gives you that boost of confidence, knowing you can be ready whenever the mood strikes. To connect with a licensed medical provider, just go to hims.com. No in-person appointments or awkward conversations required. If prescription medication is right for you, it'll be shipped to your door for free. Starting at less than $2 a day, you can get an ED treatment prescribed 100% online, all for a fraction of the price of name brands. Get your confidence back with Hims. Get started with a free 100% online consultation today at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
At Lanahaw, quality and craftsmanship are our standard. From design to install, our experts are here to help bring your outdoor vision to life. Let us get started designing your next project now. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio. Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
That Mike Farron hasn't been to, and that's if that they didn't have their usual backup anthem singer. Farron would have been able to pinch hit, but so they just had to roll.
Oh, Canada, where people go to fish. Did I do that right?
Something like that. Pretty close. It's close enough. Oh, how did you enjoy the anthem last night?
I was in a bar, so I didn't get to hear it.
Oh, would you like to hear it again? No,
that's okay. Listen, obviously she had a pretty public health crisis, right? She's enrolled in rehab as a result of it. So I have some empathy for her because clearly there was some nerves there. She's the daughter of a former major league coach too. Brad Andrus was a coach on the Rockies staff for 8 years in the early 2000s. So, so that was, it's gone from being something that was a really kind of fun punchline to, ooh, that's sad. I feel bad for her. So hopefully she gets the help she needs.
Certainly do. I did not see this until this morning. It was a story in The Athletic about Paul Skeens.
Mm-hmm.
This is the 5th rookie pitcher to start an all-star game. Dave Stenhouse in 1962, Mark Fidrich 76, Fernando in 81, and Hideo Nomo in 95. None of those four ever started another all-star game again. They were all that kind of, literally, I don't remember Dave Stenhouse's career, but the other three were like kind of flashes in the pan. Fernando had some decent years after 81, but his career kind of felt kind of flash in the pan.
Well, It was short because he threw so much when he was young, but he was a multiple-time All-Star. So, Fidrich is the one whose career was really derailed by injury. By 77, he was hurt a great amount. Hopefully that doesn't happen with Skeens. But, the number of guys that start multiple All-Star games on the mound is pretty minuscule. I think if he had been available, Chris Sale would have been the starter. When the Braves jockeyed their rotation last week so that he started on Tuesday and Sunday, that took him out of the mix. That would have been Sale's fourth All-Star game start, which would have tied him with like Randy Johnson and Max Scherzer and Jim Palmer. Like those are guys that those are surefire inner circle first ballot Hall of Famers that have multiple All-Star game starts as pitchers. So it's trickier almost for them than it is for position players with the fan vote to get multiple chances. And so I guess I'm not really surprised by that. If I would guess that Paul Skeens will certainly have another season if he stays healthy that is quality enough to be considered for a start for the All-Star game, but we'll see whether or not he gets there. But he certainly is. I mean, he's been remarkable in what he's done so far. And I was filling in on Diamondbacks this last week, and so was talking a lot to Torey Lovello about the selection process. And one of the things that he did was kind of took the pulse of his clubhouse. It was like, hey, would you be okay with a rookie starting the All-Star game if it's Paul Skeens? And everybody was like, yeah, he's pretty good. So I think that's kind of unique too.
Hey, Mike, if we did an audit of the All-Star game in 2024, what does it mean to the game now? I mean, during our childhoods, obviously it was so different because you didn't see these players on the field together. Like that was, and there was obviously a huge level of interest in just winning it for each league. It mattered. And then, you went to interleague play in the 90s and that changed things. And then you had the era where it meant home field advantage. Well, you had the tie game first, and then you had the home field advantage thing. And then that went away. Where are we kind of in that pantheon to, loved, important, big to wherever it bottomed out at right now?
I mean, it's still going to be one of the most watched television programs of the summer. So, I mean, even though the ratings aren't going to be what they were 40 years ago, it's still a popular event. I think you highlighted all the reasons. In fact, we were just talking about a couple hours ago on the radio on how do we assess what the All-Star game is and these jewel events for Major League Baseball, and how do we ensure that they stay special? I think just more access to games that we have. I mean, when we were kids, we're all Midwesterners, so we all grew up watching WGN, right? So like we got the Cubs games, and then early and later we got White Sox games on TV, and that was it. Whether we had cable or in Chicago, we didn't. Many of us had cable in Chicago, and so we were just getting games that were on GN. If you were lucky, you could get TBS and WOR too, right? And so you could get the Braves and the Mets an awful lot. But it
by the way, Channel 2 and Channel 15, Jack. That's another conversation. But go ahead.
Yeah.
But I think that's. I mean, I think you're right that the exposure to it has certainly changed it. But I think it still has some level of meaning. I'm not sure what. I mean, it definitely is the All-Star game that looks the most like a regular season game does. They're not playing defense much in the NBA or the NHL. I'm not even sure that anybody. I mean, the Pro Bowl still does numbers, like it's several million people watch the Pro Bowl. I just haven't located any of them. But,
Me neither.
So, football game now, so.
Is that what it is now? Like, I mean,
a couple of years ago.
Like when I was a kid, I loved watching the Pro Bowl because it made me want to go to Hawaii, right? Like that was the whole thing. It was like, this is awesome. It's in Hawaii. Who cares what the game looks like? So I don't know. I mean, I think it's probably like many other things that's a vestige of a bygone era that still has a place in the modern collective, but maybe not to the same degree that when we were kids. And that's something we have to deal with. That's not something that the current generation has to deal with. It's probably better to ask them what the All-Star game means than us.
Just fix the uniforms. That's it. All I want is everybody in their uniforms.
So interesting that you mentioned that, because that was a question that Tyler Kepner asked Rob Manfred today. And Manfred said that was something that they were discussing. I got a tip last night that there's a good chance that it goes back to the regular uniforms next year because the owners hate this. The owners are not on board with this. This was something that they kind of let Nike do, and now after several years, they're like, "This is not what we want."
Goodness,
because that was the best part. Like that's still for me. Like this is the first All I haven't been at in 15 years. I'm like. My favorite part, whether it's on TV or in person, is watching everybody line up in their uniforms. That's the best part of the All-Star game is like the roll call. 100%. It's really cool.
100%.
Well, I love to watch. I like to see the old pictures from like the 70s just before I started watching. And you would see just how different the uniforms were, right? You know, the American League was all in the home colors, the National League was in road, or depending on where the game was played. Yeah, I listen, I get why they did it, but how many people are actually buying the crummy American League, National League jerseys that they come out
and
with?
why not do it for the Derby and not the game? You know what I mean? Like I think that's what they used to do. And I think those batting practice jerseys are probably, they also have just done a bad job with them. Like the ones in Colorado, I realized that they were kind of repurposing what they had for Atlanta that year, but they were terrible. The ones this year are like, I'm not I mean, I get the sense that they're supposed to look like Negro Leagues uniforms, but they just don't look like good uniforms. They're just sloppily put together and incredibly boring. Like they're just like they're 0 for 4 on those. I mean, it's like, and I get it. I'm like you guys, I'm an old, so like the uniform fashion doesn't necessarily jive with me. I don't get all the City Connects, but like at least some of them are aesthetically pleasing. You know what I mean? Like even if they're a little out there, like some of them are like, that's like the Angels one. I actually think is pretty cool. Like I really like the Marlins one. The Marlins one's awesome. That's a great. That should be their regular uniform. It's really great.
I like the Rockies one too.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of any uniform that looks like a license plate.
It's a good looking license plate. I mean, it'd be one thing if it was 1985 Nebraska license plate.
I like the old Show Me Missouri ones. That's what you get, the maroon license plate. That would be perfect. Why didn't the Cardinals do that?
That's actually not a bad idea. So, on the subject of the All-Star game and what it means, how big a moment could tonight be with a phenom like Skeens, who's like still very much a curiosity, at least starting the game? Could this be a little goose to the early inning rating?
I mean, it kind of feels like it feels a little like, and this is again from a distance. I was there in Denver, so the buzz around Ohtani starting that game was pretty special, right? Like he was starting as DH and as the starting pitcher, and he was going to face Fernando Tatis Jr. in the first inning. And Skeens will have to give a base runner to face Aaron Judge. That's actually kind of disappointing. I wish Boch had put him in the top 3 in the lineup because that would have been a really cool matchup. But and the way Skeens is going, you may not give him a base runner. But yeah, I think that there's definitely some buzz to it. I think if you're a hardcore baseball fan, you're super excited about Paul Skeens. If you're, like we are, we knew what Skeens did at LSU, right? And so like this is like we're both not surprised and also super impressed by what he's done. And so yeah, I think it gives it a little bit of juice to the game, and he's going to face 3 of the best hitters in the American League to get things started. So like, let's rock and roll. I think it'll be fun to see, and it'll be fun to see everybody's reaction to him when he throws a splinter at 96 miles an hour and gets somebody to swing and miss. Like there's going to be like, even the casual fans are going to be like, damn.
Hey, and Mike, so that'll be like a week and a half of games or so when they get started up again after this until the trade deadline. Are there any teams that are still in limbo as to whether they're buyers or sellers? And I know you've got some, sometimes the Rays do both. Other teams have kind of done both according to the metrics. But is there? Do you look at any team right now and say, hey, they could still be either or?
Yeah, I mean, most of the National League, I think, still say that, right? Like, Ken Rosenthal had a great line about a month ago where he said, he's like, you want to know who the buyers are and who the sellers are? Ask me on July 20th. And I think he may have undershot. It might be more like July 25th or July 26th. It's the deadline is 2 weeks from today.
Yeah.
And I think we know now that like Colorado, Miami, Washington are out. Obviously the White Sox, the A's. In the American League, it's a little bit, there's a few more teams the Angels are going to sell, probably Detroit on pending free agents, right? like there's a handful of teams there are enough teams that have good talent to be able to sell that there should be some significant trades that come up. But there are a number of teams that are stuck in the middle. And I would say anybody who is from like really the Cardinals on down to, I guess, where's the Reds and the Cubs are what, 3.5 back? Like that's kind of what you're looking at. So, I mean, really, if you think about last year, like the Cubs are a great example of this in the current format, right? July started last year and there was no way they were going to buy. And then by the end of the month, they were buyers and they charged into August and then they had a rough September. They're kind of trying to pull the same act again, right? Like they got to July, all of a sudden they're playing better. They're 3.5 games out of a playoff spot, and it kind of feels like they might be buyers versus sellers. But I think there's a lot of teams that are in the middle. And, I think we hope that it may lead to major leaguer for major leaguer trades, right? Like you try and address a weakness by trading from an area of depth. Those are really tough to pull off, but I think you're still looking at a good chunk of the league that is in limbo as to whether or not they're going to buy or sell.
It seemed like every first place team limped to the finish line.
Yeah, didn't it? They all did. It didn't just seem like
the Orioles went nosedive. The Yankees had already been struggling. The Phillies scuffled. The Brewers scuffled. The Dodgers, of course, a lot of injuries. But it just seemed like every first place team was just like either shuffling their feet or just, said, oh, that was the last lap. I didn't know.
It was weird. Because so many of them were just like the Orioles stubbing their toe the way they did. Like, who saw that coming, right? When they go 1-5 in their last 6, they get swept.
They faced a superior Chicago Cubs team,
and they would have been swept by the Yankees if not for a total defensive meltdown.
Yes,
in the 9th inning on Sunday. So, it was really strange how that happened, but it did bring some of those races back into focus. You've got 3 teams within 5 games of each other in the American League West. The AL East is up for grabs. Cleveland has not been playing well for 2 weeks. The Twins have gotten back in the mix, and a little bit the Royals too. The Brewers have just been okay, and it's coincided at a time where the Cardinals have started to fade a little bit, and the Pirates and the Reds and the Cubs are playing better. The Dodgers are a team that this is not going to be the easiest run for the Dodgers to get to the postseason this year, because as much as they have a healthy lead at 7 games, like the back half of their lineup is a mess and their pitching is really dinged up right now. And so, I'm actually surprised that they have as healthy a lead as they did. And again, Padres were another team that stubbed their toe going into the break. And you wonder if they had played just a little bit better, if that would be a different story. Like we might be talking about a 5-game difference and you're like, all right, it's go time. Like, let's see if we've got an actual race here. So very bizarre in that regard, but we'll take it because it's, there's a chance that we have a handful of leads that flip, which we don't get that all that often, from teams that are leading at the All-Star break, ending up losing. You might get 1 or so a year, but we might end up with multiple teams that end up losing the division that they had in hand near the 100-game mark. And I think that that's actually healthy, right? Like I'm sad for those teams and those fans, but at the same time, for baseball overall, I think it's great when you have teams that can make second half charges and win a division.
Yeah, and I always, looking at the AL Central, which, judging from my hat, I look at a lot. I always wondered if the Twins were if we were gonna look back in August and say, you know what, the Twins were the team in that division the entire time along, and obviously the Guardians have been incredibly successful. But that's one I've been watching, and I continue. I wonder, what do you think? Do the Twins, when they get fully healthy, are they going to end up being the team to beat in that division?
I kind of feel like Cleveland's been over their skis, and their offense has been really good, and their bullpen's been great, but the bullpen's been used a lot, and they're thinner in the rotation than these Cleveland teams have been over the last decade. So yeah, I think the Twins are the team that probably has the best case, but Juan Miranda, who'd been so good for them, is out.
Again,
Carlos Correa is dealing with more issues with the plantar fasciitis in his right foot. Now, I don't know if that's actually that he's dealing with it or if that's I don't want to get booed in Arlington, Texas related, but it could be. Altuve is sitting out with a sore hand again, so there's something to that, but I think there's, there needs to be a little bit of concern there, and they're not the deepest on the mound either. So, yeah, I think the Twins are probably best positioned there, but I'm really curious to see what the Royals' second half looks like. I mean, it's clear they made a very aggressive trade to get Hunter Harvey right ahead of the deadline. I mean, they gave up not just a pretty good third base prospect in Caden Wallace, but a valuable draft pick, the 39th overall pick, and the slot money that came with it in order to improve their bullpen. So it's clear that they realize their window is now. They have some offensive holes that they need to fill. I don't know that they're going to be able to fill everything that they need to, but I expect Kansas City to stay in the mix for the most part down the stretch. But I think you're right in saying that the Twins probably, if one of those two teams is going to overtake Cleveland, my money would be on Minnesota over Kansas City.
Yeah. I saw this tweet before we came on the air today from Bob Nightingale. Commissioner Manfred said it is, quote, viable that automatic strike zone is implemented in 2026, but no decision has been made. Would you bet on the automatic strike zone R2D2 calling balls and strikes in 2026?
Well, the second part of it, well, first of all, it'll be C3PO because he is fluent in so many different languages. So he can.
That's true.
He can argue.
That's a good point. He is fluent in over 50,000 languages.
Yeah, right. So, you've got to have the translator bot there. What I thought the interesting part of it was he suggested that it needed to be tested in spring training before they implemented it in season. So if they tested in spring training in 2025, and they already have some stadiums that have the capability. I mean, Salt River Fields here has been testing ABS in the Arizona Fall League for years. If they do that, then yeah, I think there's a possibility you see it in 2026. But I think there's a possibility that whether it's 2026 or 2027, I would say 2027 is probably a better guess because the CBA comes due in 2026. So I think that they're going to want to get some player input from this. And as much as the players complain about how the league never listens to them, they do take player input into account. It's just that when you're asked for your input and somebody doesn't take all of it or takes very little of it, then you feel like nobody took your input. But I don't get the sense that that's actually the case with this. So I think they need to test it with major league hitters. And it's a little different than the pitch timer rules in that regard.
And it's foregone conclusion. If it does happen, it's the challenge system. It's not.
Oh, that's all they're doing in AAA now. I mean, they've ditched the other. I think
it's ditched it permanently, or if it was just going to be.
And like I heard a broadcaster saying that they had gotten a complaint from some umpire in the minor leagues that had said that, I was doing a game that had 20 some odd challenges. And the way the challenge system works is it's only the pitcher, the catcher, or the hitter that can challenge it.
Right.
And if you miss 3 times as a team, you don't get any more challenges. So start putting that together. If there are 20 some odd challenges, that home plate umpire had a terrible night.
Yes, he did.
You know what I mean? So probably needed to be challenged 20 times. So I think there's something to be said for that too.
By the way, counted 11 of the top 30 draft picks were CWS veterans from either this year or last year.
Wow.
And 15 of the top 40 either played in this year's CWS or this year and last year's CWS.
I mean, last year we had 11 CWS participants from the 2023 College World Series who went in the top 39 picks. So that's good players getting to Omaha.
It's good advertising for next year, next June at the College World Series. You never know.
College World Series. Catch all the action here on 1620 The Zone.
That is correct. All right, Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Radio. Enjoy the All-Star game tonight. As always, we'll all be rooting for the National League because that's the superior league.
I don't know why you put up with this stuff.
Man, it's tough. I've done it for
years. You're a former Diamondbacks, Cubs, you're a former National League guy.
I feel like you should be more respectful of Jack.
Plus I had to go through like 17 years in the 80s of the American League, never winning as well. So there's
now they never lose. So
last year they never had lost. So I was like,
that's true.
Yeah. Anyway, all right, Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Radio. Talk to you next week.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, guys, enjoy. We'll talk to you Tuesday.
We will. That's Mike Farron joining us as he does every Tuesday here on the Grum. By the way, and one other stat about those rookie pitchers who had started. So we mentioned Dave Stenhouse, 62, Mark Fidrich, 76, Fernando Valenzuela, 81, Hideo Nomo, 95.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with Nomo, obviously he played a lot of his career in Japan first. So he was a rookie, kind of. Fidrich and Valenzuela led their league in complete games as rookies, but neither made an all-star team after age 25.
Oh, no.
Really?
So history says, now we'll see. We'll see about Skeens, but
I was going to say, how long did Valenzuela? I mean, I remember Valenzuela still pitching in the mid 80s, but he didn't go
I'm happy.
much further than that, did he?
These things happen. Did you turn Jack and Mike on?
Yeah. Sorry, Jack.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
I said something, but it doesn't matter now.
Doesn't matter anymore. Coming up, there was a pretty important ruling last week in one of the other court cases against the NCAA, and it has to do with who gets to be employees. Also, someone with the federal government, you remember them, has weighed in on whether or not Title IX will apply to the House settlement. We'll have that and more, and Michael Brunts will join us coming up this hour. John and Jack with you here this afternoon on 1620 The Zone. Hey, don't forget, you can always subscribe today and join our email club, the 1620 The Zone's email club. Just go to 1620thezone.com. Enter in your email address, and you'll be getting updates from us. And, folks, some exciting things coming up in time for football season where you will definitely need to subscribe today. It is,
Absolutely.
1620 the email. Do so today at 1620thezone.com. Jack Mitchell joining me today as Josh is out on this Tuesday. There was a ruling last week in a different case. Of course, the case we've been talking about when it comes to the NCAA has been the House versus NCAA, but there was a Third Circuit court ruling in Johnson versus NCAA that basically ruled that NCAA Division I schools may be considered, athletes at Division I schools may be considered employees under the Fair Labor Standards Act. Now, of course, this is kind of the, to quote Star Trek, the final frontier for the NCAA. They've pretty much bent and all of their rules when it comes to what they used to stand for with NIL, with the transfer portal, with all these other things. But the one thing that they have stood firm on is, no. These kids are athletes. They're student athletes. They're not employees. Well, I was reading from a review by Michael McCann, who runs the Twitter handle at McCann Sports Law. And he believes that the new goalposts now might not be whether college athletes are employees, but which ones are employees. And as he wrote, it was David Porter, the judge in the case. He said, Porter suggests that while FBS football players, March Madness level men's basketball players, and possibly other revenue generating college athletes likely meet the legal definition of employment, other college athletes probably do not. The judge emphasized how the economic relationship between the quarterback of a Power 4 conference football team and his university is factually distinguishable from the relationship between, say, a Conference USA school and a member of its bowling team. And I was reading from another legal expert, Sam Ehrlich, who was doing a story with Matt Brown, author Matt Brown, who we've had here on the Grum many times. He wrote, reading between the lines, I think that the majority opinion agrees with the Dartmouth College decision. Remember, Dartmouth recently decided to unionize their men's basketball team, and they're awaiting approval from the National Labor Relations Board. Anyway, I think that the majority opinion agrees with the Dartmouth College decision and feels it very dangerous for the NCAA because the conversation then continues to shift away from amateurism, away from revenue sports versus non-revenue sports, and into a much more fundamental and difficult question: what exactly is the purpose of college sports? So that takes it even another level further. But Jack, this could be a very important distinction, especially for schools like Nebraska, who will be able to fund the revenue sharing that is proposed in the House settlement. But if there's going to be a divide between, well, these athletes are employee level, these other athletes are not, and it could all be based on whether or not they generate revenue.
Yeah, and the difficult thing for these schools is this is yet another area where they're essentially waiting for rulings or waiting for guidance or waiting for, when they keep saying it's the wild, wild west and we've got to see how things develop. This is one of the things that they're talking about, not only the classification of employee, but also like how will Title IX apply to the settlement and what is going to finally give us an answer in terms of how Title IX will apply to the settlement. If the government entities aren't going to give us any detail in terms of what that looks like, essentially, universities are going to have to go out on their own and wait to get sued for there to be any anything on this. And so that's why you're kind of playing the waiting game on both of these important fronts to this whole thing, just because you don't have the federal government coming out and just explaining, giving you a straight up answer to any of these questions. That's what makes it incredibly difficult to plan for, right? To plan for if you're going to have unequal, if you're going to have a lack of equity between the different schools and how they handle these things. that'll be an issue as well. That's going to factor in to recruiting and everything that goes into this whole thing. Until you have clarity, it's going to be really difficult for everybody.
And honestly, clarity may not happen unless there's a lawsuit.
On the Title IX thing, I know we've got some lawsuit, there is pending litigation on the employee thing, but this settlement's new enough that you don't yet have it far enough into the timeline for anyone to have had damages yet by this thing. So you've got to wait for that. You very well could be right, John, because it doesn't sound like the Department of Education wants to say anything about this, right? They say, hey, Title IX applies, but we don't know how it applies exactly. Congress ain't stepping in to clarify it, I'm going to guess. Oh, and by the way, the Department of Education could be gone in a year from right now, too, to complicate everything that goes along with this as well. So, yeah, the way that you're probably going to have to get clarification on that is to have a student athlete say, hey, I think the way that they're doling out this settlement money is violative of federal law and Title IX. And so then you go through a lawsuit, and finally you're going to have a judge, a court that finally sets a precedent in terms of this. But it's going to take a little while, right? The damage has to accrue. The litigation has to go forward.
Yeah, there was a story today on ESPN.com that quotes a U.S. Department of Education official as saying that Title IX will apply to revenue dollars that schools share with college athletes, but they declined to offer guidance. Catherine Lamon, I believe it's how it's pronounced, who is the Assistant Secretary of the Department of Office for Civil Rights, said to ESPN, schools must provide equal athletic opportunities based on sex, including with respect to benefits, opportunities, publicity, and recruitment, and must not discriminate in the provision of financial aid. In the new NIL environment, these same principles apply. But as the story goes, the department did not answer a question about whether the revenue share dollars would be deemed financial aid, which would be required to be distributed to men and women based on roster spots. So essentially, what this is going to mean is it's going to come down to every individual athletic department. I'm guessing there might be some conferences that will try to do a blanket policy for all of their schools. That way, if there is a lawsuit, at least everyone could pool together. Like, if Nebraska decides to do it this way and Iowa decides to do it another way, and one of them gets sued, they got to take the whole burden on themselves. So it wouldn't surprise me if the Big Ten, the SEC, would come up with a blanket policy that applies to everybody, just so that there's, some ability to fend off any potential lawsuits. But they're going to have to now determine where that is. And if some of the schools or conferences decide to play it safe and just say, you know what, this $22 million, we're just going to split it down the middle, 50-50. Half go to men's sports, half go to women's sports. Try to make it as quote unquote equitable as possible. Well, if you're a football or a men's basketball player and you've got legal advice in your ear saying, whoa, wait a minute. Those billions of dollars of TV revenue, that's coming in because of you guys. You deserve a bigger share, and they decide to sue. That's and that's a decision that some of those entities are going to have to make, because honestly, everyone's going to be looking out for themselves, and billable hours remain undefeated.
And then throw into that whole thing, right? So when you're making a policy decision on this, either at the school level or the conference level, you've got the legal experts in your ear right away saying, hey, we don't want to get sued, so we got to make sure that we're playing this right, and we're not going to put ourselves at risk of liability for this. On the other hand, there's probably an incentive to tie it to NIL value or something like that instead of being equal, because that's going to give you a recruiting boost with this whole thing. And so there's going to be that level of competition in recruiting. There's going to be pressure to go that way as well, which just makes it ridiculous that there's all kinds of, these agencies are reluctant in a lot of cases, John, to go out on a limb and say, hey, this is what the rule is, because they don't want a judge to come out and say the exact opposite of them.
Correct.
Right? After it's over. This is not the only time this happens in agency law. This is something that's not rare. They'll put out a rule, although I'm going to put out a rule, but I'm not going to break down every interpretation of it, right? I'm going to have a judge is going to eventually do that.
So the unsettlement, as I have dubbed it, continues to get murkier and murkier. By the way, they still are awaiting the paperwork to be officially sent off to the judge because there's delays in that case. We talked about that yesterday. Coming up next, Michael Bruntz will join us. We're going to find out how good Michael Beckwith is compared to Gabe Ervin and why Tom Osborne might be Matt Rule's best recruiter. We have photographic evidence to that point. And still to come, Florida State is not a good partner. It's all straight ahead. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct. John Bishop, Jack Mitchell with you this afternoon here on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm with Circus Sports Iowa. We talked about it earlier with Mike Farron. The MLB All-Star Game is tonight, and Circus Sports Iowa is your hub for it all. They have tight money line splits available to you right now. The National League is plus 105 to win, but people forget Paul Skeens is on the National League. Props as well for tonight. For example, will there be a run in the first inning? Of course, if you are more into football and counting down the days until then, let Circus Sports Iowa help you. Right now, they have lines for week 1 of both the NFL and college football. There's also a contest happening at Circus Sports, Circa Million 6 and Circa Survivor. $16 million guaranteed prizes between the two of those. No rake. Details at circusports.com. And when you are winning a lot, be it tonight or during football season, they won't limit your account for doing so like some of the other guys. Circus Sports Iowa is the sportsbook for you, someone who is ready to get serious about playing. That's why their customer support is also real people, not AI, not chatbot, because they understand the value of having actual people there. It's like having the hospitality of Las Vegas in the palm of your hand anywhere in the state of Iowa. Download Circus Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
There are some who are excited about their new EA Sports College Football 25. There are others of us who will just be satisfied with Retro Bowl on our phones and be done with it. Michael Brunts, which side are you? Are you Retro Bowl or are you New Age EA Sports?
I am excited about EA Sports. I don't have any kind of like a new gaming system to play it on, so I'm watching from afar, but might pull the trigger yet on a PS5 here if the mood strikes.
You mean it doesn't come out on the Atari 2600? I thought there was a version for that.
I tried to see if I could download it on my Nintendo Entertainment System, and just ended up playing John Elway's quarterback last night. So just everything all on one screen, just archaic passing. There was no celebration button or anything like that. So
celebration button, you say?
Yeah, no celebration button. But yeah, that's it didn't work. So I'm just vicariously living through everybody else.
Well, you guys looked it up, and Jack's obviously played the game. He knows all about it. He's already shuffled the depth chart many times. Anything in the overall player rankings for Nebraska that surprised you?
So I'm trying to think of the top 10. Malcolm Hartzog being in the top 10 was a little bit of a surprise. I think he was 7 or 8 on Nebraska's list.
Yeah.
He got 2 picks for me in my first game with them. Played up to the number.
I mean, maybe that's maybe EA Sports knows something that we all don't know. But yeah, that one was probably the one that stood out the most to me. I think everybody else kind of made sense. Justin Evans being in the top 10 was maybe a little bit of a surprise as well, but apparently EA Sports very much values versatility because Justin Evans can play guard or center, and Hartzog can be a safety or a corner. So maybe that's the secret sauce for them.
That you mentioned Hartzog playing safety or corner in a non-video game related question. I'm trying to figure out. I mean, I think I generally know who is a safety and a corner, but with the recruiting that's happening right now at corner, with the shuffling that's happening, I mean, you even talk about Malcolm Hartzog coming into this season, and sometimes I wonder if they're looking for people at corner. Is there any reason that he just doesn't take that up at an opposite spot if Bly Hill is hurt right now? Is that defensive back? How much of kind of a positionless entity is the defensive backfield? Because I know that's something that Matt Rule likes to talk about.
Yeah, no, I think there's some of that. I mean, I think when you look at some of it's a little bit of a different story now with the new defensive backs coach.
Yeah.
But Evan Cooper, I think, always valued guys who, could start out as corners and maybe you add some weight, move to safety, or vice versa. Bryson Weber, who Nebraska got a commitment from last weekend, he's a corner now. I know that a potential move to safety down the road was at least a conversation that he had with Evan Cooper and Matt Rule and the defensive staff, just based on kind of how big he was able to get, because he's already 6'3", 185 pounds. So I think that's a little bit kind of a smarter way to work now too, because at least in a 3-3-5, you've got more defensive back spots to cover. With Nebraska right now back there, at least it feels like you've got kind of this upper tier of really veteran guys that have played a ton, and then you've got this next kind of wave of guys that you put like Dwight Boodle, Jeremiah Charles, Bly Hill. You could even put in there a little bit too as guys that are going to be the next group up. I think Hartzog at least is a guy that they kind of need to figure out where he works best. I mean, I don't know that there was a a ton of trust or complete trust with him last year. So I'm kind of eager to see and hear a little bit more about kind of how they view him, and with a different set of eyes and a new defensive backs coach. Maybe you could see some guys in some different spots just based on what they see.
Michael Bruns, Husker247.com, joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. How significant was it to get Weber's pledge just days after the shakeup in the coaching staff?
Yeah, I mean, it was huge. I mean, I think they did a really nice job of kind of holistically recruiting him. Obviously a big piece of that was Evan Cooper coaching there and recruiting him. But, the fact that they were able to kind of quell his concerns, and there were a number of other programs that were trying to get in the mix there too. They did a good job of kind of filling that one up, because I think he was a guy that's a little bit more of a high ceiling prospect, a guy that, anytime Utah is in on the defensive back, I kind of take a little bit of notice there on kind of what they've been able to scout and do there. So obviously my kids are not as thrilled about Bryson Weber's commitment, but at any rate, I mean, that was a good get, I think, and certainly calmed things down a little bit after kind of the surprise departure of Evan Cooper.
Does this sound like Johnny last night on the video?
Yes,
game?
it does. It does. I hope he's listening. I know he's not, but I'll clip that later and show it to him.
I think one of my children just lost and John Elway's quarterback and is not happy about it.
Well, Brunsy, you were talking about holistic recruiting approach with Bryson Weber. There's been a picture circulating on the interwebs of Tom Osborne at the fishing pond with Bryson Weber and Jeremiah Jones helping either set a hook or take a fish off. I can't quite tell, but I remember when Micah Kreckemeyer was the first commit of the Bo Pelini era, thanks to T.O. I'm wondering if T.O. is back on the recruiting trail.
Yeah, no, they had to bring in the closer, get T.O. out on the dock, and really seal the deal there. I mean, it was funny too. Like, it was a big deal to him, and like, I kind of interviewed him after his visit, and was what they do with on the trip, what were kind of some highlights, and it was funny to me that it never came up, and then he tweets this picture of him with Tom Osborne going fishing. So I'm like, well, I guess maybe it was a bigger deal, and he just forgot about it somehow. I don't know, but yeah, that was kind of cool. I mean, I know he's kind of always around, and they kind of bring him through to meet recruits sometimes, but that was a first, getting him out with the lures and stuff.
That is something. I have not seen that picture. I mean, but the truth of it, Bruns, is it's not the kid's fault, but you've got to tell him who he is, right? And why. Yeah. They're like, hey, this guy's a big deal, so, you might want to feel like it's a big deal, I guess, when he's baiting your hook or whatever.
Yeah, they introduced me to some old guy. I don't know who he was, but yeah, that was. You kind of do. It's funny, like, you forget. I mean, Nebraska hasn't been to a bowl game in 8 years for a recruit. That's when they were 9 years old, and then you start talking about a coach that coached back in the 90s. I mean, it's been a long time. So I'm sure there's maybe not as much of an appreciation for him as maybe what there used to be.
Brunsy, how much was the Jamar Mosey hire a recruiting one versus a coaching one, in your opinion?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's also kind of a personnel department move.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a really big. That's a big move in Kansas City. He obviously coached a lot of talent down there, had a lot of connections, and his son certainly is a talented recruit in his own right. But I think Nebraska kind of looked at it and said, where do we need to get better? I don't know if you guys remember, Matt Rule was talking about how he wanted to go out and find kind of an ace recruiter if that the change went through with expanded coaching staffs, and I think that's more of kind of what they're getting there, is a guy that's extremely connected, a hard worker, and kind of the Rule blueprint of finding an up-and-coming type coach and bringing him along. So, when we kind of heard that was a possibility last week, or I think it was last week, right before they announced it, it was kind of like, okay, that's interesting to me, because Nebraska has invested a lot of time and effort since Matt Rule was hired into getting into Kansas City. It's been an area where they haven't had a lot of success recently. And, that's a strong move, I think, to bring him on board to kind of strengthen their, not only, the recruiting everywhere, because I know he's made some offers in California and Oklahoma, but that's a big play in Kansas City too.
Is there a thought there's now a shot at his son coming, decommitting from Oregon and coming, or you talk to people in the industry? What are the thoughts about that, or is he very solid there?
Well, I mean, he's committed to Oregon, and he officially visited Nebraska. He's been into Lincoln, kind of quietly on his own a couple other times. I think, anytime the door is open, there's always a chance. And certainly, having his dad, in Nebraska now, I mean, he's at UCF before, which, I mean, was on the complete other side of the country. So, maybe that kind of gives Nebraska a little bit more momentum there. But I think they're going to be, firmly in it. And you kind of look at what Oregon's doing recruiting wise. I mean, they're in the running for the number one recruiting class in the country right now. And you do kind of wonder, are they going to be in a situation, where they have too many guys at a certain position? That's a possibility. So, definitely I think that helps Nebraska's chances, because if he wasn't even considering Nebraska, I don't think he even makes that official visit in June. So that's, another kind of piece to the puzzle there that might help Nebraska.
Well, Brunsey, we'll let you get back to the kids fighting over who gets to play with Bo Jackson on Tecmo Bowl. And
yeah, that's usually that's the big fight. Nintendo hockey, that was another one. Whenever somebody uses too many of the bigger guys,
Too many of the big guys. Yep, yeah, that's a cheap move. You got to put at least a medium guy on your team, at least.
Yeah. So I'm going to go Mills Lane this year, but that's what I got ahead of me. So no NCAA yet.
All right. Well, good luck, and we appreciate it, Brunsey. Thanks a lot. We'll talk to you next week.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Michael Bruns of Husker 24/7. Going back to that to the Kansas City conversation, there was a lot of this time of year. It's a lot of the recruiting confidential, college football confidential articles where they ask a bunch of people and they get anonymous answers. The Athletic last week did a feature on Kansas City area recruiting. And I thought there were a few of these quotes that were kind of interesting. There was a question asked about what programs stand out for how they recruit in your area. And one coach said, Nebraska's come back strong. He mentioned Rule specifically, Rob Dvorak, EJ Barthel. Another coach said, give a ton of credit to Coach Rule. They've done a great job. In the past, they've kind of paid lip service to recruiting in this area. They've been very thorough and genuine. Another coach said Nebraska's doing a great job. Then asked, who was the best recruiting head coach you've dealt with? One coach said, there's something about Matt Rule, his relatability, his genuineness. He seems like a guy that when you talk to him, he's really listening and cares what you're saying to him. Not that the others don't, but there's more of that with him. I've just been really impressed with him, and I see why he's done what he's done at the college level and what he is about to do at Nebraska. And then a couple of other coaches also mentioned in terms of assistant coaches, again, Rob Dvorak, who has done an outstanding job. So it sounds like Nebraska's back in that Kansas City area again. And obviously with this hire of Jamar Mosey, who is, head coach at one of the best programs in that area, it looks like Nebraska's finally, back in that part of the country, which has turned out some really good players over the years.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decade back, but you think of a few guys who were in. I mean, Malik Collins from that area, right? I'm trying. Weren't the Davis twins from that area as well?
Yep.
I recall.
And Carlos.
You had you had kind of a run there from defensive guys from that area during just about 10, 12 years ago.
Exactly.
And it's been a little while.
Yeah, and you go back a little bit further, and you're getting back to the Grant Wistroms and the like. And yeah, it's just, the state of Missouri, period, I think has just been a good place. And I never understood why anyone would not want to have some tentacles in that state, both ends of the state. Because for those who aren't familiar, the state of Missouri is, I don't know if it's still this way, but I sense that it is. It's a very different state. It's one of the reasons why Missouri, Columbia hasn't become this bigger thing in that state, because the Kansas City side of the state and the St. Louis side of the state are different worlds. And to get those two to shake hands, it's been one of the reasons why Missouri hasn't, totally cashed in on all of that population base. You would think a program like that in the SEC, would have more success. And Eli Drinkowitz has done a pretty good job with them here recently, but I'm just talking long-term historically. And so to be able to take advantage of that for, a program who is the university in that state, to have two major league population centers and to not be able to have a total grasp historically on the situation, it gives programs like Nebraska a great opportunity to just walk in and, pluck away some talent. And so it's never made sense to me if a coaching staff pulled away from that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep. It's really important.
On real quick on another note,
yes.
I'm not a big outdoorsman. I don't fish much, but if Tom Osborne would come out and bait my hook and take the gross fish off after I catch him, that sounds a lot more fun. And then talk to me while I fish. That sounds great, because I don't like any of the gross stuff. I like the casting. I like the reeling in. I like the fight. But then once I get it in, I'm like, ew, swallow the hook. Ew, take it. I'm a city boy.
I wonder what the conversations were like.
Oh, you just kind of take this here and kind of
that. So you play football, huh? I know a little bit about football. It is sobering, isn't it? And I'm not shaming the young generation for not knowing who he is, but it is a little sobering to people like us who grew up with Tom Osborne everywhere to know that there are people out there who are of football who aren't familiar with this man and his work.
Genuinely, if I was in the same position as these people, I would not have recognized him as Tom.
Listen, I can go one up on this, and maybe you can add to it too. But my own son, who's 19, he definitely knows who he is. He would recognize him, but I don't think he'd feel any particular. And my son is a Nebraska football fan. Grew up in a house, obviously, where we're talking about it constantly and talking about the history and those sorts of things. But I don't think he'd feel a particular sense of awe. I don't think but then again, like, I asked him what his earliest best memory of Nebraska football was, and it was the Hail Mary against Northwestern. That's put it in perspective, man. That's when I asked him, I was like, man, what's your earliest memory or your best memory as a kid of Husker football? And that's it. Like, there's not much before that he actually remembers. And he was what, I don't know how old he would have been there, 8, 9 years old then. So,
Yeah. Well, heck, there might be a 6-year-old today, getting ready for that first kindergarten, orientation, because, school's starting here in a couple of weeks, whose first memory of Husker football might be this.
I got him. 13-year-old, he does, and he can play it, just not at our house, because he's on it enough. If he only played the video games an hour a day, then I'd get him everything he wanted.
Somewhere out there that some kid's first memory of Husker football is going to be something to do with that video game.
Thanks, Jack.
Maybe. And by the way, you didn't extend the audio long enough, but I did personally apologize to Jalen Lloyd for fumbling with it. So hopefully, Jalen, you've got the message that I did not mean to ruin, maybe one of your first touchdowns on NCAA. So I apologize.
I think he'll be fine.
Okay, good.
But maybe they'll use that as a training video, of,
right.
Hey, this is what not to do. When you're 2 yards away from the end zone, do not turn around and throw the ball backward.
Rule said there's going to be a new emphasis on not turning the ball over. You got to start somewhere.
Got to start with the basics.
Yes. True. Don't lateral the ball while running in for a touchdown.
Yeah. All right, coming up, we're going to find out why Florida State is not a good partner. Next on 1620 The Zone. Ball is away. It's an end-over-end wobbler. DeWandros has the catch at the 40. Flag down. 45, 50, 45, 40. Into the 35.
Oh, come on! Oh, my goodness!
As the
dumbass, stupid
turn.
35!
This portion brought to you today by Dawn, the dishwashing liquid that takes grease out of your way.
Now you have to regain your composure.
Oh, you don't either.
Yes, you do.
And by Bold 3 detergent with built-in fabric softener.
Our defense coming out and giving up touchdowns on the first drive of the second half. I'm going to lose my mind if they do. That is terrible.
Stupid turns. Well, the folks that may need to gain their composure are the ones in Tallahassee, Florida today. If they were reading Brett McMurphy of the Action Network. Of course, right now, Florida State and Clemson are in the midst of suing the ACC for control of their rights because, well, they want out of those leagues. And the presumption is, of course, hey, we're Florida State. We're Clemson. We're good enough. We should be in the SEC or the Big Ten. But according to Brett McMurphy, who has spoken to several different sources within both leagues, there are many concerns about adding Florida State. Those reasons include the fact that A, it doesn't make financial sense for either league, B, there's no appetite for more expansion, and C, that Florida State is not a, quote, good partner. So they have been watching all of the actions of the Seminoles as of late and are now wondering aloud, do we really want this headache? Reading from some of the quotes, 3 SEC presidents recently told Action Network they, quote, had no interest in adding Florida State. According to sources, the Big Ten is also not interested in the Seminoles. Quote, Tony Petitti is staying away from expansion, and we're taking Tony's lead. Added another source, why would anyone want to expedite more chaos by adding Florida State? However, one source did caution, never say never about Florida State going to the Big Ten, because there could be a path if the ACC disintegrates. Which you would kind of think would be what happens if Florida State and Clemson win this legal case. But if let's just throw this out there. If the Big Ten and the SEC actually wanted to stand pat and say, you know what, we're happy with what we have, what does Florida State and Clemson do?
Big 12, baby. Call up the Big 12. You're my safety school. You're my safety conference, just in case. But
safe word, all state conference.
You'll take everybody and think of all the fun rivalries we could have with the in the old Big 12, the old Florida State, Arizona State rivalry, you know, some real, I mean, already got weird ones all over. I wonder what they mean by they're a bad partner, because they didn't extrapolate, the sources didn't extrapolate a ton that I saw on this, John, and maybe I missed some of it as well. But like, I understand the initial reluctance on their own. They don't provide a ton of value. Big Ten's worried about AAU status with them as well. And it would be different if they're coming in for the Big Ten, I think, if it's a situation where they get Virginia, North Carolina, Duke, that kind of thing. But if they're on their own, it seems like a different picture, especially for the Big Ten.
Here's a little bit more on the whole, can we trust Florida State? Several sources, I'm reading from Brett's story on the Action Network, several sources added they weren't convinced they could trust Florida State as a new member. Quote, look what they did getting the Attorney General involved, accusing former ACC Commissioner John Swofford of rigging the TV rights to help his son, filing a suit to expose ESPN's TV deals, something the other 3 power leagues are against, by the way. They're not a good partner. There's no congeniality. No one wants that. It's not about FSU getting out of the ACC's grant of rights. They're not a fit.
Interesting.
Added another Big Ten source. There are too many negatives. They've proven to be a disruptive partner. Even if you got them in a similar discounted rate as Oregon and Washington, do you trust them as a partner?
Oh, man.
And that's the problem when you played this nuclear option, going back to the original quote, you know, the fact that, you know, they sued in their states, they got their state attorney generals involved. the fact that they accused the ACC of rigging the bid because John Swofford's son was running one of the networks, or at least was involved in one of the networks that was bidding, and so they thought maybe they got a discounted deal because Swofford's kid works for one of the networks. But it was especially suing to expose the ESPN ACC contract, which really sent ripple effects. Because here's the thing. The conferences can be different. Obviously, the ACC is different from the SEC, which is different from the Big Ten. But the TV networks, which are kind of running the show here, nothing happens without their authority. You know, the SEC is having a hard enough time just getting ESPN to pony up more money so they could go to 9 conference games. They run the show. And we've talked about this ad nauseum. Well, it's not like you're going to a different. If Florida State wanted to go to the SEC, guess who they're dealing with? ESPN. And if you go to the Big Ten, and while it's not ESPN, if you're Fox, you're looking at kind of with a wary eye saying, well, wait a minute. Didn't you just sue those other guys because you didn't like the deal that you got? What's going to keep you from doing that to us, 5-10 years from now? So, I mean, there is a trust factor, I think, that is in play here. And this is what happens when you basically drop the nuclear bomb, which is what they did when they sued for this information.
And how much does this, if this is the case, this is the real perception of these conferences, and it would be difficult for the Big Ten or SEC to say yes to Florida State. And I still have some doubts that it'd stay that way forever. But how much does this kind of screw Clemson too? Because it feels like that's the package, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and especially, man, I still can't believe, I understand the article. I read the article. I know what the SEC is saying. But I feel like time's going to heal wounds, and Florida State and Clemson, the SEC just makes, I don't know. I feel like that one makes too much sense.
It makes sense regionally, but the one thing that you wonder about, especially with the SEC, is how much will South Carolina oppose Clemson? How much will Florida oppose Florida State? Now, you can say that and say, well, wait a minute. Didn't they just basically draft over Texas A&M to bring Texas back to the league?
Yeah.
Yes. But that's a little bit different, especially when you look at Florida State, because Florida's a legacy member of the SEC. They're one of the more noted members of the SEC. And if they were to oppose Florida State getting in, I would guess that would come with a little bit more credence than Texas A&M saying, wait, we don't want UT because it is Texas. I mean, that is the biggest school in the state. With Florida, it's kind of a three-headed monster as far as who's the biggest, who's the baddest.
I guess all I'm saying is I believe the Big Ten more than I believe the SEC when they say what they're saying here.
Yeah. No, I agree. Now, as a Big Ten, I guess we can call ourselves Big Ten guys.
I'm not a Big Ten guy.
Well, we know you don't like rooting for conferences, but in a perfect world where you could pick and choose who's out there, given that Nebraska and Florida State, and to a lesser degree, Nebraska and Clemson have some shared experiences, would you like to see either or both of those schools in the league?
Like, what do we even root for when it comes to what you want from conference expansion? Is it maximum TV value? Is it matchups you'd like to see? Is it fit? Is it geography? I don't even know what I'm rooting for exactly, John, when we talk about that. What we want, I guess you now cheer for dollars and cents in this thing. So in terms of TV value, in terms of a football contract, for sure, those are the two big ones left, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think they're on probably a different plane than any other. I can't think of another school in the Big 12 or anywhere else. I mean, Notre Dame, I guess, but that's it, right?
North Carolina?
No.
No.
Those two, football wise? No, I don't think so. In terms of the value. Now, of course,
yeah,
basketball is a different thing, but
right. But if we're looking at this strictly from the football standpoint, and you're right, I mean, there is an element, and there's a degree of comfort that Nebraska's in right now, Nebraska and the Big Ten. Right now, they're in a great spot where they can be choosy, right? Will it derail the Big Ten if Florida State and Clemson are on the free agent market and they go to the SEC. I mean, from a dollars and cents standpoint, the Big Ten is fine. They're the only conference that is on 3 over-the-air broadcast networks. They've got those deals locked in for a while. They've got big enough brands. They're going to be okay. So you can kind of be a little choosy.
Right.
At this point. You know, this is a little different than when Texas and Oklahoma announced, what's it been, 3 summers ago? About 3 years ago at this time when they announced that they were leaving and everyone was in a panic going, oh my God, SEC, and they might take their ball and they might run, you know. But now that, you know, the Big Ten has decided to go coast to coast, it just kind of feels like it. I don't want to assume, because you never want to assume in this case, but I almost feel like we are in as close to a holding pattern when it comes to all of this than we have been in for probably 6 years, 7 years, maybe even going back before, you know, the initial expansion talk when, not initial, but the wave that was Nebraska, Texas A&M, Colorado, all shifting leagues. It kind of feels like we might be as close to a holding pattern as we've been in a while.
Because if the Big 12 is really stable, right, what do you have out there? If we believe the Big 12 is stable and they've taken steps to go that way, and of course they're hanging their hat a lot on basketball, but you know, they're kind of the innovative conference. They're going to try and go a different direction than all these other things. But how many targets are even out there anymore, right? The 2 we talked about, and it's the ACC teams. If that blows up, that's really it. And
right.
there's Notre Dame, who's a quasi ACC school. So yeah, that's kind of it. It's what, and so if the ACC doesn't blow up, if and I know in this article is like, I'm surprised. One of the people quoted said, I'm surprised Florida State isn't working their tail off to keep the ACC together, actually. Which was interesting to me, because I suppose the worst case scenario is they get stuck and North Carolina and Virginia leave, or North Carolina and Duke leave, or something like that, and go to the Big 12 or the Big 10 or something like that, and that puts them in even a worse position right now.
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, I honestly, the biggest player in this might be the Big 12. They might be the ones the most aggressive right now, because they see an opportunity to get some brands that are bigger. We rattled down the statistics last week. There are 2 schools in the existing Big 12 that have a recognized college football national championship: BYU and Colorado. And
wow.
That's it.
Wow.
Those are the only 2 schools.
And I know the Big 12, I don't know if it was your mark or a rep of the Big 12 said in that they're, hey, we're just working on ingratiating these new members. We're not necessarily looking at expanding right now. I like the Big 12. I think that would be getting those 2 in would be exactly the direction the Big 12 needs to go right now in continuing to build what they've got. And I know your mark is going to, like I said, kind of try and do everything differently. I can't believe he's not going on and putting a pitch to those guys, to be honest. And maybe he is.
Well, if you believe some of the trolls on the internet, they already are. But you're right. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's very open at this point. But how much of that too? And kind of going back to the argument of, well, if you're Florida State, why wouldn't you just stay with the ACC? If you look at the dollars and cents, it's not like they're going to get any more money, or it'll be hardly negligible amount of additional money by going to the Big 12. Basically, all you're doing is getting the satisfaction of being able to say, screw you, ACC.
And being at least feel you're at a better level of stability.
For now, right?
Yeah, for now. It's better. I'm not saying
the only reason the ACC is unstable is because of Florida State.
Probably.
It kind of feels that way because they're the ones that are pressing the issue right now. So they're kind of creating the instability.
First conference game of the new Big 12 in 2026. Dion and Colorado go down to Tallahassee to kick off the new Big 12 season. Wouldn't that be fun?
Well, yeah, but who will Dion be coaching?
Yeah, that's a good question.
If you believe some of those fun.
Colorado and Florida State, a Big 12 game would be amazing.
it would just be another bizarre circumstance in the bizarre world of As the Dumbass Stupid.
The weird thing is the Florida State and Clemson wouldn't add much basketball wise to the Big 12, which is where they've got all the.
No, not really. I mean, yeah, they've had some success. Florida State obviously has had a little bit more, but you're right. It's not like they're adding a ton of basketball.
Bobby Sura ain't coming through those doors.
Plus, if Colorado goes down to play FSU, that'll be like FSU Super Bowl.
Oh, that's right. Yes, it will. It'll be Florida State's. That actually might have some
would
creativity,
be.
given the Sanders relationship to Florida State.
Yes, for sure.
It's definitely not Nebraska's Super Bowl, but we'll split hairs later. Still to come, we've got Steve Sipple coming up. But when we come back, we've talked about it quite a bit, but I want to get Jack's thoughts on how the game is. For those of you who didn't want to spend the extra, what was it, $100 to get the advanced copy or whatever it was?
I don't know. I didn't do it. My son did.
Well, it's the extra 100 if you also wanted Madden.
Yeah.
So was there a version that you could just get the game in advance without the Madden?
Yes, that's the $99 one.
Yeah, he got that.
Basically paying an extra $20.
He got that, and he was very displeased when he came home from his 9-to-5 job and he found that his dad had already downloaded it and started playing it.
Mine's already downloaded. I just can't play it yet.
Yeah.
Well, we'll find out if the game plays any better from an old who, still remembers when all we had was a joystick and a button.
That's right. I do.
Just think it's Tecmo Bowl.
Do not disparage the good name of Tecmo Bowl. A fine.
I can go back way further than that, but I look up Intellivision football. That'll tell you what real video games.
I didn't know they could make football work on Intellivision.
Intellivision football.
That was actually the first best version of football.
You had to type in a numeric code that was like a password to get your play in. It was the most realistic play calling that there's ever been in a football game.
That's why I'm so confused hearing this. I know what the Intellivision is. I didn't think a football game would be viable.
Oh,
no, it was because you had the well, we'll explain when we come back. We'll explain when we come back. The olds will teach the youngs a little something about old-timey video games. Next on 1620 The Zone. A reminder that we have another zone deal for you coming up this weekend. On 1620thezone.com, you know, the cool thing about the zone deals is we also have some others that continue to run on the regular. Well, those that haven't sold out yet that you can always go. So you should just occasionally check in and shop around.
People forget there's many zone deals.
But this week, it's Churco is the zone deal this week. 192nd in queue with an ever-evolving menu. Churco Dynamic Fine Dining Experience, two $25 vouchers for only $25. That's a $25 value. Gets 2 for 1.
That's half off.
It's a zone deal this Friday, 9 a.m. at 1620thezone.com. And check that one off.
Nice.
All right, so the Intellivision. By the way, I had forgotten this, Jack. The Intellivision football game, I believe, had to be the first officially licensed video game by the NFL.
It was officially licensed?
Yes, if you go and look at I just did a screenshot. It was called Intellivision NFL Football. It had the official NFL logo. Now, you didn't actually play with NFL teams. No. It was the red team versus the black team, as I recall.
Yeah.
Home versus visitor, but it was licensed by the NFL.
Is it just for names? Was that
No,
it?
There were no names. I mean, literally, it was.
If I remember, it was like away from names in games.
Yeah, it was like 5-on-5, right?
Wow. Yeah, I'm pulling up a screenshot right now. Yeah, it looks like 5-on-5, and it was yellow versus blue, although there was one player who was red for one team. Maybe you controlled, and the quarterback.
Yeah, that's the guy you controlled.
Had like a black uniform on that you controlled. So,
oh, okay, I see.
But it was home versus visitor. There was no customization at all. It was literally just you're playing a football game, and that was it. But the Intellivision had, unlike the Atari, which had the joystick and the button, the Intellivision basically had this thing.
It's like a remote.
Yeah, it looked like a TV remote.
Yes.
And it had numbers on it, like a dial pad, like on a telephone.
Yes.
And every game,
that's insane.
Every game would come with a cartridge, the actual game, and then the little plastic things that you slid in that fit over the numbers.
I found the playbook formations for the Intellivision.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I just remember it was really complex dialing in plays to my whatever. I mean, the game came out in like 1979, so
yeah,
I was very young when I was playing this, but still, it seemed very complex to me to be able to figure out how to understand or do the play calling.
I've got a screenshot here. I got to look. Oh, that's too small. That's what she said.
Nice.
Can't
win them all.
But yeah, there were okay, select a play, and there's 9 different spots, and there's running plays, kick plays, pass plays.
Yes, it was like weirdly complex, as I recall.
Wild.
Yeah. And that's what you played with. And that was
plastic insert, I think, just still had the numbers on it because you had to dial in the numbers. It didn't have any like guide or anything like that. Like, for instance, the baseball plastic insert, I think, had all positions on that you could throw the ball to.
Yes. And it became really, really, really intricate.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that was the Intellivision, which was my grandparents had it. We've never had so much fun than we had the horse racing game. They had the horse racing game too. And the noise that we would make as we were all, betting on different horses.
The next major football game of my life, well, there was probably about the same time, the original Nintendo football, which what I remember about that is you and the 2 running backs in the backfield ran the same. You could control them, but they all went the same place.
I think I've seen that.
It was like a parallel line, and that was something. But then, I hope there's somebody who remembers this. I played an MS-DOS computer game called NFL Challenge, and it was licensed by the NFL. It was probably the first game that I played with real teams on it, John. But it was just, if you search it, it was just, you would call the play, and there's a pretty deep playbook that you would call, and you didn't control anything. It was more of a simulator, and it had X's and O's that would that would run the plays, and then it would give you a written explanation of what happened on the play.
That sounds vaguely familiar.
Was that an ASCII? That had to be an ASCII, right?
A what?
The ASCII. So it was like just symbols, numerical symbols that represented the players.
Yes, X's. It was just X's and O's. Yep. Yeah, it was just X's and O's that represented the players.
Really cool.
And I played that. I loved that game. I can still, if I put my finger on a keypad, I can still feel myself with the muscle memory keying in the plays that were the best plays in that game. 4-5 was halfback screen. 4-6 was tight end screen. Right. All of it. Like 0-9 was all streaks. Yeah, that game was really fun too.
I had a friend of mine who had the Atari 5200, which was the next step up from the original Atari, and it was basically Intellivision level, maybe just like a slight notch up from Intellivision. It was pretty good.
Was it real sports football?
Did
Yes.
Atari have a football game?
Oh, Atari!
Yeah,
You don't remember the original Atari football game?
No, I don't. I don't know if I ever
The
played
three
it.
linemen that all moved together.
Okay.
And you moved up and down on the screen, and you could actually pass the football and steer the football to your one receiver.
I had weirdly enough had more friends with Intellivision than Atari. I had one friend with Atari, but it was all like River Raid and Pitfall and Pac-Man
the original Atari football is just it's literally you had three linemen and then three linemen, and you went up and down, and the whole field was on the screen. And as you controlled the line, everyone went together the same direction. Even if I want to go even further back to my not video gaming history, right? The step before Intellivision was the handheld Mattel Electronics football game with the red dots. I love that.
I had the one with the red dots. And it was
football 2.
Yeah. I don't know. There was one where they introduced passing. I didn't have that. I had the older one.
I had that one. I had the one that had passing.
It was all just run the dang
Mine
ball.
It was just a red dot running. You know, that was it. But man, I played a Dynasty on there actually. Yeah,
a Dynasty. This is really cool. I never had the chance to play the Intellivision. I know what it is, but there's never one around for me to play. It's interesting to hear how intricate some of these games were.
Honestly, I thought the baseball was the best game on the Intellivision.
There was a driving racing game that was fun.
I don't remember that one.
One of my friends had horse racing that we like to play on it. All you do is hit the side button to whip with it.
And it'd be constant, and it wouldn't be instantaneous. You'd hit the button, and then like 5 seconds later, you'd hear a whoosh.
Yes.
And of course, as kids, we're like, kill the horse, kill the horse, kill the horse. We're constantly, hitting
and like their signature games, Atari's was Pac-Man and Intellivision was Donkey Kong. So Intellivision had the Donkey Kong world. And that was the big, probably the best seller for Intellivision, I assume.
But Intellivision had Donkey Kong?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yep.
I don't remember that, but
I played a lot of Donkey Kong and Intellivision.
Nintendo buy the rights to that? Or did Nintendo just publish Donkey Kong for Intellivision?
That's what they did. That's a lot of times what they did before the Nintendo actually became a home video game system.
Yeah, Nintendo wasn't a home.
Yes.
It was still another 8 years till Nintendo would even have a home video game system from when they were in Intellivision.
Yeah, the OG.
There was the ColecoVision in there too. Sorry.
So when it comes to this game itself, and we watched you yesterday, and it did seem like there was an adjustment period, but what were your impressions of this game? Has it met so far? I know you haven't gone through all of the dynasty mode and all other stuff, but how does it meet your expectations so far?
The biggest first takeaway, which everybody can see if they have even watched clips of it or played, just like visually, it's really good. Like it is really and it's even improvement, I think, quite significantly from where they've been in Madden and some other, sports games right now. I don't play a lot of anything else, but the visual, all of the different things in the stadiums, the crowd shots and the bands, and just hitting that ambiance, I think was done really well. Just like little things like we played, I played that first game. I played Nebraska, and then my son and I did that SEC game where he was the home at Ole Miss, and it felt like an ESPN broadcast of a primetime SEC game because the band never stops during all of playing all those same songs that they play during those games constantly. It just with that just constant din going on around it. So yeah, I thought all of it. There's new animations. The gameplay was good. The biggest thing that I noticed with the gameplay is just I think defense is harder. I think defense is more difficult. I think tackling is more difficult than it's been in the past. So although I'm seeing a lot of people's scores when they're playing and they're racking up huge yards and huge numbers. I think defense is the bigger adjustment than offense this time around. There's a new passing system. Like most of these games have been kind of the same for passing for a decade plus, meaning you just have the symbols above the receiver. If you tap it, it lofts it. If you hold it down, it bullets it to them. It still does that, but there's more bells and whistles that I never quite figured out, but I was still able to play just fine and beat my son twice without knowing those bells and whistles.
I mean, so they didn't vie too far away from the current Madden play style.
Yeah,
right?
no, I was afraid when I heard about it that it was going to feel super different in terms of the play style. It doesn't. I mean, it translates over. Again, there's more to learn on defense than there is on offense, I think. Or there's something that just feels different. I'm not even sure that I can completely articulate what it is.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the new passing mechanic with the meter?
That's what I was just saying. It feels like you still can do I don't know what it's doing, to tell you the truth, Nick. Like I'd never figured it out, but it didn't matter that much. I was still able to play the game just fine without even knowing how that worked.
Yeah, that almost seems like a next level. You tweak finer things.
I feel like I just wasn't taking it. It wasn't like it's impossible to pass without it. It feels like I'm just not taking advantage of something that's there for me, which I need to figure that out before I
a lob versus a bullet pass.
The kicking is totally different than on Madden. I am having big time problems, not necessarily understanding it, but just remembering that it's changed. And again, muscle memory before every kick, because now you have to hit a meter that is about accuracy, plus you have to aim and you have to hold down the button for power, which in the past you just tried to hit the button at the right timing and you had the accuracy. So there's like one more factor involved in kicking. So I was shanking punts like crazy all over the place yesterday.
Did you go deep enough? I know you went deep enough to change some of the depth chart, but did you go deep enough into, like alternate uniforms or some of the things that might be available if you're playing Dynasty mode? Like, is there a secret alternate uniform of Nebraska that we didn't know existed?
Can't do much there's not much there for Nebraska. My son was very disappointed that you can't do that. There aren't more, because then, we played randomly with Kansas the next game and they had like 8 different helmets. And like, you can do all.
Does Nebraska have any alternates at all?
No, you can go all white. You can go all red. You can do any combo of red and white with the jerseys and the pants. And that's it. You can change the sock color and the shoe color. So.
Yeah, don't go all reds and don't go all whites. They look silly. Just silly.
Yeah, no alternates whatsoever. Now, I have heard that as teams maybe add alternates during the season, they're going to show up on the game. So
that could be cool.
Actually, aren't we kind of at that time of year, by the way?
We are. I mean, we're right in the middle of the orange zone right now in terms of, getting some information if there's going to be alternate uniforms, and we haven't heard a peep.
Usually, we kind of had an idea they were coming. There were rumors that had come out last year about the ones with the blue. I remember, but I haven't heard a thing this year about what.
And remember, we've got the 400 sellout game. You would think if they were going to break them out, they would do them for the 400 sellout game.
Mm-hmm. I could see stuff like that being added in a patch. Now, what MLB The Show does is they have card packs in the show to where you can do like that fantasy ultimate team thing. So you could buy the City Connect uniforms from a card pack, but you could only use those in your fantasy thing. You couldn't transfer those into like a franchise. So
hopefully they add the game to be playable in the real game.
Yeah. I agree. I hope they do that at least.
Joel writes into the Equitable Bank, or excuse me, the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Trouble with kicking. Jack Mitchell's Nebraska special teams shaking hands.
That's what I told you. That's what everyone was saying when they were watching me. I shanked a punt. And they're like, well, that looks about accurate. I missed an extra point. They're like, well, that looks about accurate.
It did. I saw that one. Yeah. Poor Tristan Alvano.
I just have to slow down when the screen gets there because I just in a hurry to move through everything and, get to the next thing. But if I do that with kicking it, I screw things up badly.
I have seen things of people, it hasn't showed up for a lot of people, but there's a glitch that could happen sometimes where the wrong mascot could just show up on your screen for half a second.
That'd be fun.
Just an unrelated mascot. So I think it'd be funny to see Big Red just show up out of nowhere.
John, you might. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You guys might find this interesting. This option interesting. You can pick the announcing crew that you want. You can either have their regular announcing crew with Reese Davis, and I'm trying to remember who else is on the regular announcing crew, or you can bring in Chris and Kirk, which is the Big Game announcing crew.
That is really cool. You can't even do something like that on Madden. You're just stuck with whoever.
So it's like standard broadcast or Big Game broadcast.
I like that.
And I think it might change some of the how it looks too if you pick the Big Game broadcast. And so that's kind of cool. And they've been doing this for video games for years. But like if you start a game at 6 o'clock, the sun will gradually set during the game and it'll eventually be dark by the end of the game. So that's really cool. I haven't played a game in weather yet. So in anything that's rain or snow or anything like that, or tons of wind to see how that impacts it. So we'll see what that is. But I mean, very early review just on playing 3 games, or no, I guess I played 4 games yesterday. It's really fun. I mean, it's really freaking fun. And the presentation is it really feels like you're watching college football at a completely different level than that game's ever been because you've got 10 more years of technology now.
All right. Well, there you go. There's a review of NCAA 25, an initial review from Jack Mitchell. Still to come, Steve Sipple's going to join us. Coming up next, the 49ers might be looking in the receiver market. We'll explain as we continue. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Well, the Frisco Niners have a situation on their hands today. Brandon Ayuk has requested a trade after unsuccessful attempts to reach a new contract have gone without a new deal. Despite a recent meeting, according to Mike Garafolo of NFL Network, the Niners haven't been willing to engage in negotiations since May, so Ayuk has respectfully asked out.
Oof.
That'd be a pretty big blow.
Yeah.
Because obviously you've got Debo, Jawan Jennings, and I mean, you look now, my own personal opinion, I think it's a thing that could knock them down from being the NFC favorite, but it's still a really good offense. But just having that other guy, I mean, man.
I know, but man, him being there gets you to that position in that team where it feels like you've got just a stud at every starting skill position.
Correct.
I mean, at everyone across the board. And it takes you down where you've got, well, all of them except for maybe, Jordan Jennings is a good wide receiver, but not to the level that Ayuk would be. Or Debo.
And Debo's just he's more of a utility knife than anything else. So Ayuk is like the one, he's the guy that can get you the big catch. He's the guy that can, get the tough one over the middle, but he can also beat you downfield. I mean, he's just kind of I don't want to say he's a jack of all trades, but he's just really, really good. And it's just interesting to me that this is where this has gone. And that they haven't really talked to him since May.
They said they had a didn't they say they had a meeting? But despite that, didn't you say that? Despite
there was
that,
a meeting in May. They haven't.
This is a negotiation tactic.
Probably. Now the 49ers said they had no intent to trade, but as Pro Football Talk pointed out, 11 years ago, the Vikings said they also had no intent to trade Percy Harvin, and then they did. Which, first things first, Percy Harvin 11 years ago, holy crap.
Yeah.
It just doesn't feel like that's possible.
Yes, that's true. That's true. But I think he's seen, because I think they gave McCaffrey an extension before his contract was up.
Right.
I know they were in a situation where I think they were getting close with Debo and it was about to expire, but Debo
got his,
signing him. And so I think he's seen that they've eventually done this with other players, and he's like, come on, I'm on my rookie contract still.
Exactly.
Right. And the fact that you did it with these guys right before theirs was up, and or not right before, but in McCaffrey's case, a little while before his was up, like, why would you not give me the same service? So he's just playing his hand right now. I would be surprised. I think he probably thinks they're going to come to the table at some point on this, but maybe they can't, who knows? Maybe they don't think that's in their long-term best interest because eventually you got a lot wrapped up in those skill guys.
And you've got a decision to make on Purdy after this.
And it's going to be the same thing with him. I mean, it might not be tenable forever. So, I mean, I think from his position, it's a negotiating ploy, but I think to the point you made about Minnesota, I mean, I think there's also probably a chance where they're like, hey, this might be our shot with him. It sucked because you lose that year that you thought you had him, but at least you're getting something back.
Yeah. Well, it'll be worth watching. That'll be interesting to see how it goes, when training camp comes around. Is there going to be any holdouts? Is there going to be, will the tension mount to that point, or, is there still time for them to, settle something down here over the next 4 or 5 weeks?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But I agree. It's probably a negotiating tactic at this point. I'd still be willing if you gave me a list of teams, I would say it's still more likely than not he still stays with San Francisco. But
how long, if they keep that group together, the skill positions, how long does that group's prime last? I mean, they're in it now still, but
I mean, it depends really where you are, right, in terms of the jury on, because there's still a jury that's out there on Brock Purdy.
On Purdy himself, right?
Yeah.
But he's, I mean, yes, but he's not. He's younger, obviously, than like Kittle is, for example.
Yes.
I mean, I think you got a couple, 2-3 more years, but at some point, those guys are gonna. There's not going to be in their
I'm
prime
thinking
anymore.
maybe. I mean, if you're looking at that group in its totality, I'd say you're safe to say 2 years.
Okay,
that you've got two seasons with that group, at a level near its peak. I would say 2 years. Because, with the thing with McCaffrey is with running backs, I mean, that odometer runs quicker. You just mentioned Kittle.
Kittle's 30. Kittle's 30.
Kittle's getting up there. Debo has had injury issues over the years. So I would say, I think a safe bet would say you got a 2 year with that group as that group.
Although Kelsey's 34. So,
Right, but we saw what happened to Kelsey. I mean, Kelsey was a shell of himself for most of last year. And then the playoffs started and, then the kayfabe romance and, he was motivated by
still together, John.
Yeah, I think you're right too. I mean, I think about too. Debo's 28, I believe. So,
yeah,
you probably have this isn't going to come along very often.
No,
but they basically, and
if you want to win with this group, it's got to be this year and next year.
Credit to the way they built that team. It's been incredible. But yeah, that won't last forever. So it depends. Do you already want to start thinking about the future or not?
Coming up, Caitlin is on the hood of a car.
Oh boy.
Huh?
And Steve Sipple.
Huh?
That's called a tease. Sip next on 1620 The Zone.
Throw. 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 Throw from your mom. Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here, he tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Sip must be waiting for the next batch of dessert pizza to show up at the Shoney's buffet. He'll join us here in just a few seconds. He asked Nick 3 minutes ago, hey, can you call me back in 3 minutes? And so he's calling him back right now. But that gives me did you ever visit a Shoney's?
Yeah, one time I was in college, my friends and I went down to Kansas City and went to a Royals game in Worlds of Fun, and we finally ended at the Shoney's breakfast buffet there, and it was an experience. It was
an experience. That's the only Shoney's I've been to.
Yep.
It was decently adequate.
I mean, I ate a lot, I'm sure. I was a college kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the one place where us Midwesterners get grits.
Yes.
Or could get grits.
Grits were on. Yes. That's apparently the northernmost line of grits is the Kansas City Shoney's.
Was this before Cracker Barrel?
Yes.
Yeah, Cracker Barrel hadn't made it up
regional still at that point. But I mean, that was at the end of the show. I mean, yeah, that was in the 90s, but I would have thought of the Shoney's more back even into the 80s. So
yeah. Steve Sipple joins us on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline. Sip, have you ever eaten at a Shoney's?
Oh, that's
yeah, I have. I think it was in Missouri.
Same one.
We all been to the same one.
We've all been to that same one.
We've all been there.
We have. Yeah. It wasn't fine dining.
No.
It was dirty. I mean, the food was fine. The food was fine, but it wasn't. The cleanliness wasn't great.
I mean, I was looking for quantity over quality in those years. So, and that's what I got there at that point.
I agree. Sip, are you excited for grass at Memorial Stadium?
Yes, I am. I've said that a few times now. Yeah, extremely. I like the idea of seeing that late in my career. Memorial Stadium I've always thought it would be cool. Here it is. It's great. They just keep making good decisions over there, which I like.
You know, I brought up something yesterday, Sip, and I'm not saying this is going to be an issue, but 20 years ago, that generation of incoming college players probably played 90 or greater % of their high school career on grass. And today, I mean, heck, let's just look at the Omaha area and Lincoln. Most of the high school fields are turf fields. So today's generation of high school kids, I would, especially those that Nebraska's recruiting, I dare say, I'm not saying it's 90% turf, but I bet they've played more than half of their high school games on a turf field and not a grass field.
Yeah, it's kind of swung the other way, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. I've never thought of that, but yeah, that field turf phenomenon is gigantic. In fact, I'm just pulling out of my driveway, and right across the street, they're putting it in at Hartley School. You guys know, you're Lincoln guys.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're literally putting it in the playground now. I mean, all of the playground, not just like a patch of it. So yeah, it's a phenomenon that's not even recent. I mean, it's how many years now are we talking? 20?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Field
didn't Seacrest didn't they get their field turf the same time Memorial did?
I suppose. When did Memorial get it?
99.
Well,
yeah, 25 years. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seacrest had grass when I played, which was just a couple years before that. So
yeah, but you're old, so that doesn't.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, I do like it. I think it's aesthetically cool, pleasing. Some not terribly unique, but unique for our little realm. I think it'll look great. It's just, I don't know. I just always thought it would be, novel. See it in Memorial Stadium. And I always felt it was sort of like a fantasy. I regarded it that way. I just hope I live to see it.
You got something to
more
share?
years. 2026.
I
hope I'm around to see it.
At our age, you just never know. But I'm really looking forward to it.
What was obviously this is something, at least from where I sit, it's something that Matt Rule advocated for, and there were people who said, hey, people, said yes. Is it all because of the injuries, do you think, or is there something else about this?
I think it's mainly safety, Jack. I mean, Matt Rule, it's really not been hard to kind of read this one. This is a pretty easy pitch to read, right?
Yeah.
Matt Rule really began talking about it shortly after he arrived, and then he kind of runs the department. I'm joking about it. But he's got some influence, and I think he probably used some of his influence. But he has stats. He backs what he says with stats, and he can be, as you know, Matt Rule can be very convincing. He'd be great in the court of law. He'd be a tremendous attorney. I think he'd be a great salesman. He's persuasive, and he got this done. And I'm like I said, I think it's really cool. Now, that was tongue in cheek by the way that he runs the department.
No, but he does carry a lot of influence. He's getting a lot of what he wants.
I got the sense that he wanted this, and it happened. I
think there's a lot. There'll be a lot of that. I mean, he can do that. He's like I said, he's kind of a force. He's a force as a personality. He is. He's just that. He's just that. I mean, it's fine to say. Not everybody's like that. They haven't always had coaches that are that way. In fact, the last, I don't know. You have to go back to Tom probably that had that sort of potential influence just because of the way he is.
Steve Sipple joining us on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline. We're kind of on that subject. Jamar Mosey, the hire of Jamar Mosey out of Kansas City, adding to the staff, and as we alluded to earlier, maybe that could bring his son along with him. We'll see. But why do you see this hire as significant?
Well, I see it as significant because it gives us an idea of what this new sort of expanded staff will look like, the kind of the kind of people we'll be dealing with, what I've heard salary wise, what kind of other schools maybe were in the mix. And some of that will come out and some of it won't. But yeah, I mean, we have an idea. I mean, my guess is, and this is what I've heard. And I don't mind saying it because I think it was probably about in the ballpark. He's probably going to make about $200,000. Okay, he's gonna be a recruiter. So I mean, on the road is what I've heard here. On the road, I don't know exactly what he's going to coach. Defensive side of the ball, it sounds like, though. Wouldn't be surprised if it's in the secondary. And and obviously the significance is he has connections in Kansas City, in that Kansas City area. which I guess is a lot of the reason you do it. But there's other reasons, and his son is something of a reason. I think that there's definitely a thought that you could pry him away from Oregon, and that would be significant.
Is there a reason that the Kansas City seems obvious to try and make the entire state of Missouri really, but especially Kansas City within that 3-hour area. Is there a reason why Nebraska hasn't been productive there? I'm sure they'd like to. And you go back a decade and you got you got Malik Collins, right? You got the Davis brothers, and there's probably some others in there that I'm forgetting, but it still seems like a very obvious place to really target.
Yeah, they haven't. I mean, I'd have to look back to see, and I haven't done this, to see who they've gotten in the last, half dozen years. But I stick by a guy every day, Bill Bush, who knows that game pretty well. Bill recruited that area.
Mm-hmm.
And he was just saying the other day that there was at least one coach down there that he visited. He said, "Yeah, I haven't seen you guys, Nebraska, down here for several years." So I would say some of it's a lack of emphasis. Again, I don't know what kind of talent they've missed on, what they've tried to get, what they've missed on. I'm not versed in that, but I know I'm versed enough in this, well enough to know that there was a lack of emphasis a little bit, and it's always easy to circle back, and hindsight tells you that maybe they should have done more. But I don't know who they missed, so I don't want to go too far down that road.
Steve Sipple of HuskerOnline.com joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. I know that organizationally, because it's kind of the start, some other programs are following suit. The folding in of 1890 into the athletic department, how important it is from that standpoint. But how much, Sip, do you think it can move the needle in terms of bumping up the numbers to a point where it's more competitive with some of the higher end collective organizations that are out there?
I'm sorry, you blanked out a little bit. Bumping up. Are you talking about bumping up just the millions of dollars?
Yeah. I mean, like right now, Nebraska's kind of in the ballpark, as Troy Dannon alluded to at a speech a few weeks ago of a Washington. But can this move Nebraska into a higher, rent class? I guess.
I always have to be careful in this conversation because it can be misinterpreted.
Mm-hmm.
I think that what I say is this: Nebraska can pay what they want within reason. If they find that they have a $20 million roster, they'll pay it. They can pay what they have to pay. Right now, they don't have, so you hear this, Ohio State has a $20 million roster. Why isn't Nebraska paying $20 million? And I hope you understand this when I say it. They don't have a $20 million roster. Well, I mean, it would be irresponsible to do that. Some of this is just dictated by level of talent, is what I'm getting at.
Mm-hmm.
And my answer to your question is, if it comes to that, they'll be fine. They'll do what they have to do. They can, they're in position to do that. They're in good position right now in terms of, I just say, money in the coffer. I mean, I'm always, and it's not like Matt Davison tells you these numbers, but I think it's in the $15 million range, which is what, for instance, USC is probably in that range. That's a good comparison. Nebraska's fine that way. They're a top 20 NIL operation, and that's probably about where they should be.
Sip, I can only deal with so much off the field stuff. I got to talk about some on the field stuff. Do we have
NIL component's gigantic, and we have to talk about them.
100%. I just get to a point, where we're in late July, and I'm ready to think about, what we're going to be talking about here during fall camp. Are there position battles exist? I'm sure they always do to some degree, but do position battles exist going into this fall camp? Because I don't know. I think I could pretty much take a napkin and kind of jot down, I think the depth chart pretty quickly 1-2 this year, but maybe I'm forgetting something.
No, that's a good question, and you're right. I just think we just got to phrase it different. I think it's playing time battle.
Okay.
I think that's what.
Yeah.
I think it's more about playing time battles, positional battles. It's really hard on defense, for instance, because they move guys around so much.
Good point.
But I'd say there's a few though, what I would call bona fide position battles. The one corner, Jack, for sure. The corner opposite Tommy Hill's is a bona fide position battle. I mean, it's going to be Sierra Wright, the transfer from USC, battling Hartzog, battling Jeremiah Charles, battling Dwight Boodle. Those are the clear principles in that discussion, and it is a battle. It'll be interesting. It'll be a good camp battle to follow. I think running back's a battle to follow. Who will be the starting running back? Who is the lead dog in that pack? I don't think we can say for sure right now. I think Emmett Johnson would be the number one guy. You know, it's like if they scrimmage, the first scrimmage, you know, maybe he'd be the first guy out. And you just got to see how it goes. Or maybe a better way to put it is when they go into 11 on 11 for the first time, he's probably the guy that's there. But it doesn't mean that that'll be the case on August 31st. Those certainly are. I imagine there's an offensive line guard battle. I think there's probably a battle for guard, Lutovsky, Mazuka. There's that kid from New Jersey who used to have Justin Evans. I think there's a bit of a battle there. So yeah, no, there are. Hell, quarterback. I mean, I think Dixon's got to go out. I mean, he's got the job. I mean, he's the lead dog right now in that pack. But if he would spit the bit, you know, from July 31st to August 10th, that could change. I don't envision it changing at all. There's nothing about Dylan that suggests he can't handle all of this. So not worried about that. But he's probably got to lock it down.
How many quarterbacks are in that room that could win a 6 games this year? Well, and the reason I asked this because we had a similar question during a crossover a couple of days ago of how many quarterbacks do they have in that room? Obviously, the answer is they have 4 and the walk-ons and all this other stuff. But like guys who can go out and win you know, X number of games.
Well, here's the thing that we don't do this. I don't either. I'm not casting aspersions. And this isn't a commentary on media, but we don't do a good job of leaving open the possibility of development. And what I'm talking about is, could Heinrich Harburg win 6 on this schedule if he played like he did last year? No. But if he's better, he could.
Yep.
He got better, and guys get better. I mean, random, but Jack would get this. I mean, look at Jack McVay. Look what Jack McVay's doing as a pro in Australia, as an Olympian for Australia, and now he gets a shot with the Houston Rockets. Who would have guessed that when he was here? But you see, we write guys off. I do it too. Jack McVay really going to play in the NBA? Yeah, maybe he will. He's developed his game, obviously. He's developed as a person. He's developed his game. And Heinrich Harburg, I mean, why do we just write off Heinrich Harburg? We do it based on what we saw last year. But he can get better. Guys do. Not all do, but some guys get a lot better as time goes on. Tommy Hill, we wrote off. A lot of us did. Tommy Hill now is regarded by some as the best player on the defense. He was playing receiver.
Great point.
For a period.
Yeah.
I mean, so
yeah,
the guys do get better. I see it all the time. But we tend to put our focus on what we know, what we saw, and we don't leave open that possibility.
I've been, I don't know if surprised or taken back is the word, but I've noted how bullish Matt Rule has been in the few times that I've had a chance to hear him talk about his team coming through this summer. We got talking season coming up. We got Big Ten Media Days coming up next week. I guess are you? Is it surprising at all to the extent you've heard that from him? And do you think we're gonna continue to hear that next week when he really gets into the crux of the time of year when you're talking about your team?
How confident he is?
Yeah, how confident, how bullish he is. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you know what? I've been struck by it really since he's been here, and it's not just him; it's his assistants. You hear it, which is, I guess, expected because he is the leader, and they should echo what the leader says. I don't know. I have different theories on that, and it may be not Jack. It may be as simple as he's just flat bullish. He just thinks he has a very good team. It might be. I wonder sometimes if there's a psychological element to it. This program's been beaten down pretty hard. The players get criticized a lot on social media. He's very cognizant of that. He's brought that up. He says it affects them. They deal a lot with that. They deal a lot with it. Okay, criticism on social media of players that affects them. It's a real thing, and I wonder sometimes if this is a balance that he can strike, that he can control. I'm going to talk up this team because they've heard so much negative, or they read so much negative. I don't even think social media is always representative of what the general feeling is, but it's there. I don't know what percentage of fans feel that way, but I always think it's kind of a small percentage. But it's amplified. I believe I've thought this for several months. It might just be a way to combat that.
Friends, they have moved the Tom Osborne statue. It is official. It is now in front of the new Osborne Legacy Complex. So if you're looking for the Tom Osborne statue, it's no longer.
Really?
Yeah, they moved it to in front of the new building. They just put out a video on the Husker Twitter account showing the process of moving the statue.
I didn't know it was that easy to move statues.
Yeah, I bet it's not.
Well, they used a forklift. There's some heavy equipment involved, but
just a forklift.
They just got a backhoe in there and dug it up, and yeah.
Well, yeah, they just unscrew it from the base and they get the big old tie ropes. You know how it's always amazed me, when the people from Lowe's comes and drops off your refrigerator and there's two people carrying the refrigerator and they got them funky little bands that they wear around and it makes it easier to lift. You get a forklift in there, anything's possible.
Just slap that thing on a pallet. Somebody borrowed a flatbed. They moved it over there.
That means the Osborne and the Behringer statue can now see the Devaney statue and can see the black shirt statue. All the statues can see each other now. They're all on the same side of the stadium.
Oh, that's really that is interesting to me.
Yeah, I think. How much do you think that thing weighs? Yeah,
I don't know, but I guess it had to happen, right?
Yeah.
I didn't even think about it.
Do we know what they're going to do with the other Osborne complex? Are we still calling that the Tom and Nancy Osborne Center, or are we going to have two Osborne Centers there next to each other? How's that all work?
I think we're going to have two Osborne Centers. I wish I could speak with more authority about what. I mean, that weight room will be for other sports.
Yeah. Which is a good idea.
I think that's what's going on there. They've been using the cafeteria. I'm not sure all the timeline on when a full transformation is made in that regard. I'm just going to stop talking about it because there's too much I don't know.
There's too much he doesn't know.
It sounds very confusing to set up a meeting, John. Meet you in the Tom Osborne Center. Well, here I am. You're not here. Well, I'll use the other one.
Did you mean the Tom and Nancy Osborne Center? Or did you mean the Osborne Legacy Complex?
Why did you say that?
They should have named one of these buildings after Dana X Bible. The guy, he was pretty good.
Yep.
Or Jumbo Steam. Where's the love for Jumbo Steam?
If you say the Bible Center, who knows where people could mistake that from.
And it is a college campus. They kind of frown on those things nowadays.
The Bible Center would be a problematic name.
We can laugh. Steve Sipple, ladies and gentlemen, HuskerOnline.com. All right, Sip, thanks.
Thanks, Sip.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You bet. Steve Sipple joining us as he does every Tuesday. Yeah, If you go to the Husker football Twitter account, it's got a picture of the new statue outside of the new building and how they moved it. Just a little,
I'm kind of
some
surprised.
rope and forklifts.
I'm a little surprised they moved that. I feel like that was kind of a destination location for that thing.
Well, it is. It's just now it's a different destination. You know,
No, I don't know. How about why don't we just do another statue? Right?
Maybe this is the start of a new bit. Maybe they're just going to move it every few years.
Who deserves the next statue at Nebraska?
Ooh.
Who deserves the next statue?
Well, players never do. Is there a player one that exists?
Well, I mean, that's Behringer that's
Behringer, yeah.
depicted in the Osborne one.
Mm-hmm.
And there's in the black shirts one, they're all, I mean, if you look at the picture from whence that came, I mean, those players are.
What if there was one that depicts my lateral at the goal line in the first ever day? I mean, I think it would be a nice moment to capture on film for a little, or on us in statue for a little levity. Perhaps.
The good news is it is captured forever.
My 13-year-old, he does, and he can play it, just not at our house because he's on it enough. If he only played the video games an hour a day, then I'd get him everything he wanted.
Sorry, Mitch, but
Amazing.
That's actually a fun question. We could answer that next.
Oh, topic alert.
Topic alert. Who or what deserves the next statue at Nebraska?
I have a take.
All right. I wonder if you're thinking the same thing I'm thinking. We'll find out next. Who deserves, because, I mean, there's now a space for a statue outside of the original Tom and Nancy Osborne Center that is begging for a statue.
That's true.
Yep. Keisei Tominaga. All right.
That was not the answer I had. I had Baylor Shireman.
Wow. Oh, I haven't seen that image for so long. Oh, okay. I don't want to look at that. I can't do that right now.
1620 the zone.
Are you playing your season?
Yeah.
You win your first game?
Yeah. I'd barely be used up.
Are you losing here? I didn't see the score.
No, I'm winning.
Okay, that looks sweet.
Just
the visual of that game. Just to get a picture of what it'll
night game.
What it'll look like.
Yeah. Oh, go, Kai.
They have both.
Go, Kai. Come on.
They have both Malachi and Dylan wearing the same number. One of them's gonna have to change.
I know. Yeah.
Who's changing?
I don't know.
They're still both wearing 15 everywhere. I assume Malachi's losing that battle.
Yeah.
But apparently he hasn't.
No, he's 80. He's 81 now.
He wore 15 at the Team Jack thing.
He's 81 now.
Oh, okay. That's weird. They left him as the same number in the game.
Welcome back. So who deserves the next statue at Nebraska? They've moved the Tom Osborne, Brooke Behringer statue over in front of the new locker room football complex. There's a spot for a statue over there on the north side of the stadium. Who deserves the next statue? You got a Devaney statue, you got an Osborne statue. You said you've got to take.
I think he didn't get a Heisman. He should have got a Heisman. The Heisman winners they haven't been honored in statue. But they've had, they have the Heisman room. I don't know if they still have the short film that you can watch on them. I think, and I'm being biased because of my my time as a fan and the era that I was born into, but I think I'm giving Tommy Frazier with the Florida defenders hanging off of him. I think that's what I'm going as my statue for.
Ooh, Tommy Frazier. Now I was thinking
Frazier.
I was thinking this was a good pose.
I also can't watch that.
Sorry.
Another thing. These triggering pictures you keep showing me are really bothersome.
I mean, he's got a thumbs up. He's got a smile on his face. A nice
not
sweater vest on.
No.
I mean, no.
That is a good statue pose. Just a
Interesting. See, I thought you were going to go something different. Now, of course, if they did this statue, I think they would do it outside of the Devaney Center, but either Terry Pettit or John Cook.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking only football, so I was thinking outside of the football facility.
Sure,
football,
yeah.
We've done the coaches. Like, it's time for a player. If
Well,
you
you
had
know,
one player statue, that's who I'd give it to, frankly.
I know they do it at Florida. They have statues of all their Heisman winners, which I think it's just Tebow and Spurrier, as I recall. They have statues.
Okay.
So you wonder if you start with the Heisman ones, because my thought would be for a football statue, Johnny Rodgers.
Yeah.
And it's, him, at the end of the punt return against Oklahoma, with, the Oklahoma player diving at his feet at the end or something like that.
Wiley, back to kick.
How about a Lyle Bremser statue? There you go. That's what we need. And it can be like the big boy statue out in front of the restaurant where you push the button and you hear Joe Wiley in the kick.
That'd be fun. Like the Happy Chef. Yes. Where you can push the little button. They should have one for all of the play-by-play guys. You can go through and it'll play highlights from their era. I love it.
That's actually a really good idea.
We-
All
So what-
statues should just have buttons.
Hey, Mom, can I have a picture with the Randy Lee statue?
Strangely, the Warren Swain statue would be an odd one because you'd press the button and you'd get a read for touchdown herbicide.
Oh my God. It's Warren Swain's selection of highlights from the Arizona State loss in 1996.
Oh God.
Oh, that means I wonder if Creighton ever makes a statue of you, if it'll just be 5 points, bang 3-pointer.
Well, that'll actually be at the terminal where you and you get to put the little tube in my mouth and it goes up and into the
I
bank.
love the idea of an announcer, a hollow. The broadcasters need some love. And I'm a kid who grew up. You were talking about the big boy, but I grew up going to Happy Chef where you could press the little button.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking Happy Chef. You're right. Yeah, Happy Chef.
Yeah,
Wasn't
Happy
thinking
Chef
big boy.
where you push the button and it says, "Welcome to Happy Chef," or whatever. I love a huge, gigantic Ken Pavelka, right? And got it. Right? You can push it all night long and it brings out over downtown Lincoln. Be amazing. Got him! Got him! Wow. Got him! You could just use that. I mean, you want to put me in there, we can do that too.
No, we're just gonna
We need more interactive audio exhibits.
I agree.
That's a great idea.
I agree. Maybe that's what they can do with some of that extra. I mean, they had displays. You mentioned the Heisman room over at the new old locker room.
Yeah.
But I mean, they need a Hall of Fame. I mean, they've needed a Nebraska Football Hall of Fame forever. So it's just some place where they can display all that stuff, and having interactive displays with, highlights and things like that. I think that would be cool.
I love it.
I like it.
and people would go. People would build it, and people will come. People will come, Ray. People will definitely most.
I feel like you can't do one of the Heisman winners without doing all of them because they're such a.
That's why I think.
such a
I think.
package now.
I think you almost have to. I think you do all three of them. So you get Crouch maybe catching the ball over his shoulder. I mean, would that be the iconic pose? Him catching the ball on the black 51.
No, not as a receiver. You can't really do that. I think him doing the airplane wings after the Missouri run in 2001.
Airplane
when he did this for the weirdest celebration ever after he ran for that entire touchdown.
Yeah, he
Wilson
did.
Thomas came up and celebrated with him. I don't know. Maybe we need to appeal more to the youngs, though, right? It's the olden days players got enough love, right? How about Sue paid for a bunch of that weight room it used to be right outside of.
Big Mr. Sue statue.
How about Mr. Sue?
Statue.
How about that? Smack it, putting Colt McCoy down. How much would people love that? Just throwing him down. I mean, it'd be cool. It'd be cool.
Either that or him, spiking the football that he should have been penalized for after that interception against.
That would be a good one too. The run and just like that, I love it. Even though it's a statue of a guy committing a penalty, but come on, it'd still be great.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think that's not a bad one. That's not a bad one. Tony reminds me
Heisman too.
Danny Werfel also won a Heisman, so he has a statue. Jordan suggests that Trev Alberts gets a statue. Well, I mean, you got to have statues that people want to tear down. That's all the rage these days is tearing down old statues.
I did a spit take there. Wow.
Well, apparently, Josh Odson, I wonder if I could dial this up real quick. Producer Josh, who is on vacation this week from the Connor Happer show. And of course, wouldn't you know it, he doesn't. I keep forgetting what his producer Josh. He had. Yeah, here it is. So this is a picture. You have to give me a minute because I've got to get it saved.
How you doing, Jack? We'll give John a minute. We can just talk, you and me. We can wrap.
But he was outside the Osborne Center after the statue has already moved, by the way. And he was taking a picture of the new building. And apparently there's like a digital video board display that is inside the new building. But it's obvious, but it's viewable from the outside because, there's a lot of glass windows there. And I thought I saved it. I did not. I don't have the picture to show on the line. But anyway, the interactive display in the background, and Josh is taking this. You can see the front of the building, and it's Trev Alberts.
Oh, jeez.
It's got Trev's name, 1993 Butkus Award, and a picture of Trev next to it.
I mean, his name is on the stadium.
Oh man, that's gonna be awkward for a while.
Yeah. I'll retweet this from the at USC 1620 account. You can see it for yourself. But yeah, he happened to catch it at just the right time.
All right.
But, hey, he was a great player here. People forget he was a great player.
Everybody loved him.
Everyone. Well, they did until he left for Texas A&M, and then they conveniently remembered all the things they didn't like about it. Coming up, we've got content. In today's content, we're going to break our promise and mention a name that shall not be mentioned. But also, speaking of pictures, Matt Rule in the wild and Colin Cowherd not of baseball history. All of that and more coming up in Unsportsmanlike Content next on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Some responses from the statue question. Mailman Todd says Oklahoma also has statues of its Heisman winners. Brian says, from a football standpoint, Tommy Frazier with the stiff arm tackle break, or it's John Cook. Asian Joe says next statue should be John Cook and his horse.
Oh, jeez. They ever name that thing?
Yeah, he was doing that online contest. I don't know if they
narrowed
ever
it down.
named.
I think Elmer's.
Else.
Wow.
Jeez.
Wow, Nick. Jeez.
Someone who was in 4-H. My goodness.
Wow.
Which gives me the authority to make that joke.
Wow. Okay.
Are you more interested in watching the All-Star game, at least the start of it, because Paul Skeens will pitch the first inning for the American League?
I think I am. I mean, I usually watch the All-Star game anyway, but yeah, I'm definitely intrigued.
Yeah, I would watch it either way. But I haven't seen, like, I've heard about him. I've seen videos of his highlights. I don't think I've watched a live game that he's pitched. Just
You're
because
missing out.
I haven't tracked, and I'm normally watching American League games. But I'll be interested to see that. Now, I will tell you this: I'm watching ESPN right now, and they are doing their live baseball tonight set of the All-Star games, and some of the players are coming out. Those uniforms are putrid. Get ready to have your eyes bleed tonight because they are really bad.
Yeah, I saw a glimpse, and yeah, they're pretty bad.
By the way, for those listening who didn't hear the interview with Mike Farron, he sounded like he thinks they're going back to the old school with the uniforms. Which
thank God,
goodness,
thank
he
God,
like he had kind of some insight on that, and that made me very excited.
Was last night's home run derby final between Teoscar Hernandez and Bobby Witt Jr. the most exciting you've ever seen?
What came down to the very end? First, we had a tiebreaker in the round before. They had to go to because Hernandez had to outlast Alec Boehm, who came very close to hitting a walk-off in regulation before they went to the extra. But if you missed it last night, Bobby Witt needed how many? He was down. Was it?
He was down, I think,
with the 4 extra outs to go.
I think he was down 3 and he got 2. With
Right.
still 2, and he got the bonus.
He got the
So
bonus
got
because
the
he hit
4th
the
out,
bomb.
and then he had 3 outs to go, and the first two weren't close, and then the third one, on his final out, the announcers acted like they're like, oh, when he hit it, and I think it just happened to be the deepest part of the park. He kind of went to center field on that, and it was
I hit the bottom of the wall. And this gives me my annual rant on ESPN. I hate your stupid fly ball camera angle because everything, they just follow the ball and they don't show you the proximity to the outfielders and how the fans are reacting. That's how you know if the ball's leaving the yard. But when you make every pop-up look like it's, a Babe Ruth level home run.
It was better to watch on ESPN2 with the StatCast broadcast because they basically had trails on every shot and had a split screen. I actually like that better. In terms of, it was a very good home run derby. I don't know. It's hard because they change the rules so often. I wish they would just settle on something. I'm not sure this was that much better in terms of the rules than the previous rules. I thought the last improvement they made was pretty good, but I don't know if it was normally you just want to see somebody go completely on fire. And I don't know if that really even happened last night.
Not really.
I didn't think Bobby Witt would have a chance at winning the thing, and he almost did because he's not really
both Witt and Alec Boehm.
Yeah, either. I don't consider him a power hitter. Yeah, Boehm only has 11 homers this year.
I know.
Like that's not good for like top 20 in the league, probably in the
It's
National League.
close. Not even close to top 20
in the National League. But like the years you really remember when Josh Hamilton went completely berserk on that thing, it was incredible. I still remember when a roided up Mark McGuire at Fenway Park was just hitting them 15 miles into the city. That was it. That whole year was great. That year it was in Fenway.
Also, Paul Skeens is in the NL. I don't know why I said American League. That was on me.
No, I didn't even hear it, so I would have corrected you.
A report from the New York Post says that Skip Bayless is leaving an FS1 show later this summer. Ratings have dropped to all-time lows since the departure of Shannon Sharp. What will become of Skip now?
Oh my gosh. Back to the Sacramento Bee? I don't know.
Actually, it was in Dallas, but I wouldn't.
No, he was in Sacramento, the Sacramento Bee for a long time, I think.
I thought he was Dallas Morning News.
Well, he might have done both.
Yeah. He's probably going to be one of those guys that tries to, do his own little empire, his own online little empire. And I think that would be a huge risk because I don't know how many people would follow him. I really don't.
No, I mean, I obviously these shows get viewership, the Embrace debate shows, but I'm just uninterested. They don't do topics that maybe in the NFL season they do a little bit, but they just don't do topics I care about. They're super NBA heavy. I don't know. I don't get it, man. I just don't get it with him. I don't know if people hate watch him or what it is, but obviously there's some people who are watching it.
Speaking of FS1, Colin Cowherd might want to recheck the resume of his Fox colleague, former Yankee legend Derek Jeter.
The Paul Skeen Pirates, dominant guy, overpowering. You faced, obviously, you were in the Nolan Ryan era. But
no.
What, not even an inning?
Slow down. No, I was way after Nolan.
Okay, way after Nolan. Okay.
What? That was my immediate reaction too. As soon as he asked the question,
Nolan Ryan. For the record, let's see. Ryan's last year, I think, was about 92,
93. And I'd say Jeter started in what, 94, 95?
I'm looking it up right now. Nolan Ryan, his last season was 1993.
93, got that. Jeter probably maybe started the next year, 94, 95.
95.
Yep. You were in the Nolan Ryan right away.
He's like, no, don't you.
Did Nolan Ryan go anywhere other than, did he end up anywhere other than Texas, or did he end with Texas that whole time?
He ended with Texas.
Did he? He didn't go anywhere else? It was
he ended his last 5 seasons were with Texas.
It was only 5? Man, I thought it was more than that.
It did seem that way, but I mean, some people probably still conflate the Houston with the Texas.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I remember both, but the lasting memory of his late career was obviously pounding Robin Ventura's head.
Which I still don't think is that impressive because it never looked like he actually made contact with his head. It looked like he was giving him a noogie.
It was just in part because of how old he was, and Robin Ventura was the young hot bat, right?
Yes. That was the funny part.
Yes.
Last night, as Baylor Shireman and the Celtics were kicking the Lakers' butts in the Summer League, Boston's Jaylen Brown was courtside and caught on video telling his girlfriend, through a lip reader's interpretation, "I don't think Bronny's a pro." The son of King James had 2 points in over 20 minutes and still has not made a 3 in Summer League. Thoughts?
Oh, Kyle, we're done with privacy. We're done. You can't have a conversation without being friggin' lip read at a game. I'm in trouble. I mean, I'm telling you, I'm in trouble. Whatever. Get off him. By the way, credit to Angel Reese. She was in the other seat and she was just looking at her phone. She had no part of it because she's so addicted to her phone. So congrats to her.
Congrats to Angel Reese for being in a picture and not being the center of attention or the center of controversy.
Wow.
Guys, go ahead and do me a favor and capture this picture of Matt Rule apparently at a casino, almost clean shaven, wearing a crown and doing the Happer double finger point.
I'm trying to be as nice as I can. There's something about his double finger point that just is
it's so weird.
Very interesting. It's very stiff. That's all I'm going to say.
I would not. I know it's his thing. It's not mine.
I mean, Happer claims that he's the one that got him to start doing that.
Yeah, I didn't realize that till Josh told me on Monday. I had no idea of that. No, he's got it looks like he's, it looks like kind of like a Notorious B.I.G. thing with the crown on, kind of. It looks like he's at an airport bar or
either an airport bar or a casino. I can't.
Yeah, maybe it's a casino. I'm not quite sure. But
I don't think those are the right sunglasses for the vibe.
no, I agree. Those are more like
those are dad sunglasses.
Yeah.
Well, he's a father.
Right, but for the vibe, you know?
Yeah, I got cool.
I mean, when you take these kinds of nonsensical pictures, very rarely do you accessorize properly. Because I mean, I'm guessing he didn't travel with the crown.
The crown is good. It doesn't look like it's the right size.
No, it
like
looks
he
like it's a
needs
little small for his head.
Yeah.
Just a little. But the first thing I thought of was Whopper, 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 Whopper.
Oh, yeah.
You rule.
You remember Keyshawn
Butte,
the former LSU wideout, now with the Pats, who is being charged with underage gambling and computer fraud? Well, the state of Louisiana has dropped those charges. Not bad for a guy who's alleged to have placed 8,900 illegal bets.
Yeah, they kind of just let that slide. I'd be very curious to know why they dropped the charges. I figured if they had enough to charge him in the first place and they had this many illegal bets, or if they just figured, what are we gaining by all of this?
Were they so allegedly while he was in college?
Yes, this was when he was still in college.
On his own team? Did they say that?
No, it was apparently not on his own games, but this was kind of similar to the Iowa sting where they were, I shouldn't say similar because there's some legalities involved with that, but that he was just underage and he was using a computer to try to, place bets.
Well, like in
the Iowa players.
In the Iowa one, people were using other people's accounts or like their family member's account or something like that. But he was probably just betting European soccer. So, no big deal.
No big deal.
We could just drop it if that's what it is.
Drop it.
Tiger Woods says between his personal business, trying to stay somewhat competitive on tour, working on the PGA LIV merger, that he was too busy to be the Ryder Cup captain. Seriously, how much work could possibly go into being a team captain for an event that's played every 2 years?
That's a great point. I mean, I'm sure there's some golf people who are going to kill me for this, but in my defense, Ryder Cup is my favorite golf of the entire year to watch. Forget the Masters, forget the Open, forget any of that. Ryder Cup is my favorite when it happens to actually watch. That said, I can't imagine that there's that much time. You got to, you make the lineups, right? It's like being a fantasy golf coach, basically.
Well, a lot of it, I know that there's captains, captains can help pick the players who are on the team,
and
which
pick the
seem to be some of the most important things, but most of that's determined by their performance, like with a point.
Just give me a spreadsheet. I'll do it in 20 minutes right now.
Yeah. And then
he knows these guys. So
I mean, and the pairings, well, you're not going to know until you're already there. I mean, how much thought's going into this?
Just show up that weekend. You're fine.
It's not like
you're fun. I like the idea of him being there.
It's not like you're Matt Rule having to, go across the country and recruit these guys. I mean, you pretty much just text him or call him and say, "Hey, Joe, you want to be on the team?"
Right. It's not like you got to friggin' teach them how to golf or practice with them or whatever.
Exactly.
True.
Come on, Tiger.
Or maybe those two-a-days are a lot tougher than we thought.
Ryder Cup two-a-days.
Do you think they make them drink water out of a ladle?
The Junction Boys Ryder Cup edition.
Yeah, the Junction Boys Ryder Cup edition. I can't believe that they actually made us warm up our own food instead of...
Now, get on that golf cart and give me 5 laps. Let's go right now.
Speaking of Tiger, he was asked prior to the British Open about recent comments made by Colin Montgomery, wondering why Tiger keeps going and he should retire. Here's Tiger's response.
You've given so much to this game, you've given so much to this championship. But, there was comments, last week from Colin Montgomery who said, why is he here? He should retire. There's no point to this. Do you feel that's a bit hurtful and you've earned the right to you make the decision when you decide?
Well, as a past champion, I'm exempt till I'm 60. Colin's not. He's not a past champion, so he's not exempt. So he doesn't get the opportunity to make that decision. I do.
That's, you've earned that. You've deserved it.
So when I get to be at his age, I still make that decision when he doesn't.
First of all, the dude asking the question, when I cut up that audio, I had to listen to it like 4 times to be able to understand every word he was saying.
Yeah.
But that's pretty impressive for Tiger just to say, I'm a former champion. I can stay here until I'm 60. He can.
Yeah, everybody does that in golf. What is Monty talking about? How many times when you look at the leaderboard at the Masters, right? And like you're like, oh, Ben Hogan's still alive. He's 18 over. Weird. Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, they do this all the time in golf. What's he talking about? He's bitter because he didn't win. He didn't ever get it. Good job. Good on Tiger for that one. Come coach the Ryder Cup.
Yeah, he's too lazy to coach the Ryder Cup, but he's not too lazy with a sick burn against
Monty. I forgot Monty. He was fun to cheer against.
If you had a list of all of the most hated golfers, the guys you like to cheer against the most, Montgomery was up there. Sergio was up there.
Bryson.
Bryson. Trying to think.
I don't know who else.
Trying to think. There's probably another one. Obviously, I'm forgetting. But
yeah,
Montgomery was so easy because he was just like he was just so snooty.
He was a heel in golf, which there are only very few of. So it's like not that many people are like, man, I hate Stuart Sink. Holy cow. He's the Russ
Man,
Rose.
that Ernie Els just really burns my britches.
Johnny's the Russ Rose of the PGA Tour.
Oh, that's the next statue. Russ Rose. You get a statue, and all the volleyball fans and that one caller that we had, you just go punch the statue.
That is the most inside joke possible on radio. You're not
very inside joke. That's a deep cut from many years back. All right, coming up, what's for dinner? We wrap up the Grum next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Last night I had to fend for myself, so it was air fryer hot dogs and chips.
Air fryer hot dogs.
Yeah, you just get a couple hot dogs and you put them in the air fryer.
What's the benefit of that? I mean, it's a lot better than microwaving them.
Yeah, I mean, you get a little bit of charriness.
Interesting.
On the outside.
I'd never.
I feel like you should also put the buns in there.
Ooh.
I could. I didn't think of that. I was in a hurry. I just wanted to get downstairs and watch the next episode of The Boys, and have my hot dogs. Eat in silence.
Nice.
I have no idea what's for tonight.
Yeah, I don't know what's for tonight either. In fact, we're in one of those weeks where I text everyone during the day, because I'm usually responsible for planning and preparing the meals in my house, where I just text everyone. I was like, hey, just so you know, we have food in the fridge. We have food. You can find it. Everybody just eat what you want, please. Thank you. That's all. I like to do that about.
Please, thank you.
I like to do that because otherwise I start getting questions about 3:00. What's for dinner? And then I'm like, what do you want? And they're like, I don't know, but they want an answer about what they're having. So,
no idea. No clue.
Another sterling episode of What's for Dinner.
We did it.
We did it again. I did mention this as a tease earlier, but Caitlin Clark is on the roof of a car.
John, I need you to give me more than that.
She is on the roof
the hood.
the hood, I should say, of the Josh Berry Mustang in this weekend's Brickyard 400 at Indianapolis.
That's
I
awesome.
got a new NASCAR car to cheer against. Awesome.
I want that die cast. That's sick.
Okay,
Jack. Yes. Okay. Look at that.
Is this in like the top NASCAR? Is this in the real NASCAR?
Yes, this is the Cup Series.
Winston Nextel Monster.
Why is she wearing her Iowa uniform? She's moved on. Come on, can't you move on?
You know what? That is a great point, because
the Indiana uniform still would have worked with the paint job.
Well, and also the race is in Indianapolis, where Caitlin Clark plays. So that's a good question. I don't know why she's got the Iowa uniform on. So
weird.
So I guess technically Iowa gets on a stock car before Nebraska does. Do you remember the failed attempt to get a Nebraska-sponsored stock car?
Yes, I would have never thought about this again in my life had you not mentioned it, but I do remember that.
It was the car driven by Lake Speed. Great name.
Is that related to Scott Speed?
No.
Okay.
But they had mock-ups of it, of a car that was going to be sponsored by Nebraska.
Totally remember.
And for something fell through. I don't remember exactly what. This would have been late 90s.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
But yeah, it was. In fact, I'm gonna see how much time do we have, Nick. I was gonna look this up here.
Like 30 seconds.
Husker stock car.
Because this was also coming about the time when they were talking about all the work they did at the university to develop the fencing or whatever around NASCAR too.
Yeah. There is actually, it's 2006. There is a story from the Daily Nebraskan. But they were trying to find investors and a sponsor to share space on the race car, which would feature a huge Husker logo.
Wow.
Sad. Alternate world, I might have ended up a huge NASCAR fan. And I just started working with you at that time. It would have been perfect.
You could have
friends we could have been.
Actually, yeah, it was 97 was the year, but the story was from 2006.
Okay, forget it then.
Bye.
All right, thanks, Jack. Bye.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center. No wrecks to slow you down this evening, but we are still getting reports of delays on eastbound I-80 between 96th and 84th. If you're west on I-80, delays go from 84th to about Q Street. A slight delay on westbound Industrial Road at 156th. Delays on Dodge if you're west between Happy Hollow and 72nd. Delays on eastbound Dodge between Happy Hollow and 40th. We've also got delays on southbound 680 around Pacific and out on westbound Dodge between 108th and 120th. I'm Mike Neville.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.